seems pretty shy. She started putting on some lotion, switched my mood into motion. So I grabbed her by the hand. She smiled away. It was silent for a moment, then she squeezed my hand. I told her, through the night I would comfort your need. Candlelight, oh baby, you and me. Paradise on the sunset beach. You and I, girl, you know what I mean. Through the night and the lights, paradise, you and me, baby. Whoa. Through the night and the light, paradise, you and me, baby.
KUAMFM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I get this tingly feeling when you are near. I just get so excited that you are here. You gotta hold on, it's crystal clear. Why can't we stay together tonight? So could I have you tomorrow? Could I have you today? Could I have you forever? Would you find that okay? Would you find that okay? Darling, look at the stars tonight. Is your bed of roses? Oguntugi haani, Oguntugi haani, Vidahu. Oguntugi haani. I get this feeling that you are the one. Let's spend some time together, laugh it up to the morning sun. 'Cause it feels so good, girl. It feels so right. Can we spend time together tonight? So could I have you tomorrow? Could I have you today? Could I have you forever? Would you find that okay? Darling, look at the stars tonight. Is your bed of roses? Oguntugi haani, Vidahu. Oguntugi haani, Vidahu.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
un umatat mega historia. Desde tiempo nació nuestra pagunda tempo. Ulana historia, tango bonito, imas ang punagi matus. San Dionisio, Escuela Nepio Sanchez, Richard Huerta, Hablando y original, natin istroso, gimatu San Dionisio. Iseng sumumata kisan hazan wahan, iseng sumumata mega historia, diski tempo nancion, nuestra pagunda tempo, ulana historia, tango bonito, y forte santo ang winhead, mong iilaw, uzun, ilugar, zani pumetetehi, iseng sungi forte, nuestra de la soledad. Iseng sumumata kisan hazan wahan, iseng sumumata mega historia, diski tempo nancion, nuestra paguna tempo, ulana historia, tango bonito, ekomuk historia, ekomuk todo, puri seng sumumata, ekomuk todo.
The link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Don't tell me stories uli di sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzen malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Chamoru Puritanota Kantai Matunonya Gitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpaya Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpaya Toru Itempu Ipas Paraita Zangini Lanina Benishon Contra Biligu Nafan Sofuam Jus Bruteis Langmon Contra Biligu Nafan Sofuam Jus Bruteis Langmon
going every time I do a show. Got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They knowing all the words and the way the song goes. Body boxing all around like they playing the bongos. And you know they wanna come to the party. The cute with the DUV crew and get naughty. Turn up the stereo so she can shake her body. Baby girl, I love you when you call me Big Papi. Oh, yeah, girl. Love the way that you move me, move me. Oh yeah, girl. Love the way you move me, island girl. Love the way that you do me tonight, If I and I had one big nasty movie, I get movie another beauty all around. What y'all can do, man? Because they can stay all out of kid all around the globe. These are the kind of girls who really do rubber dub. I said, if I had one of these girls as my companion, we'd be looking at other stars, another band. Without round world and sing them countries got to offer. Lovers, sleepers, don't ask me, 'cause I did cussing. What a millimeter, girl, you number one. Beauty from an island man. So I'll be sending all my love to the princess of the sea. Melanesian, Micronesian, Polynesian beauty. Island girl, Chrissy Island girls. Love the way that you move me, move me. Oh yeah, girl, I love the way you move me, island girl. I love the way that you do me, do me. Yeah, sing it out one more time for me, ladies. Now everywhere that I go and every time I do a show, got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They knowing all the words and the way the song goes. Body boxing all around like they playing the bongos. And they know they wanna come to the party. Pick you with the PUB crew and get naughty. Turn up the stereo so she can shake her body. Baby girl, I love you when you call me Big Papi. Island girl. Love the way that you move me, move me. Oh baby, I love the way you move me, island girl. Oh yeah, love the way that you do me tonight, tonight.
Good morning, Guam! Fitness Friday, woo! Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Friday, woo! Right on, Jay. What's up, brother?
Good morning!
That's it right there, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Let's blow out our vocal cords, not even 20 seconds into the
Ow.
show. We got 4 hours of this.
Huh. Chow. Good morning. Good morning.
Chicka-chicka. Woohoo! Hey!
Ow.
Yeah. Gotta slap myself.
Chow.
Move back.
Hey.
Y'all done?
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, that was an ad hoc medley of
Lil Jon.
Little John,
Michael Jackson.
James
Mhm.
Brown,
Mm-hmm.
and a
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
and Michael McDonald.
Hurting now.
Heavenly Father, why don't you go?
I keep forgetting we're not in love
Oh
anymore.
man, are you a big fan of the? You know what they call it, yacht rock, right?
Yeah, they call it yacht
I
rock.
love yacht rock.
I met my lover in a grocery store. The storm was falling Christmas Eve.
Hi, Bree. Bree's like, I'm a professional.
Sailing
Takes me away. You know, it's
It's one
Shout
of
out to-
those things where you're trying to hold back,
Yeah.
right? Like
Shout out to
I know
Christopher
these
Cross.
songs, but
Yep,
I
yep.
just-
You know you love those songs.
I do.
How about this one? Hurry, don't be late. I can only wait. I said to
Oh.
myself when we're old, we'll go dancing in the park. Walking something, dancing in the sun.
And reminiscing. Well, we know the reminiscing part.
I think we're kind of pent up for karaoke.
Yeah.
Um,
Isn't it like some James Ingram song?
Yeah.
I did my best.
That's
But
the
I
one.
guess my best wasn't good enough.
Here we are back where we were before.
Jay can sing.
Yes,
Seems
he
nothing
can.
ever changes.
We're
Back to being strangers.
I just can't.
Wondering if there's something
So
or head off
something, something.
out the door.
Just once.
Yeah, there's.
Good morning. There you are.
And with that, I have an announcement.
All right. He's finally doing it, ladies and gentlemen.
I have an announcement.
Let's hear it, Jay.
I am undertaking. Bree, you'll be proud of me.
Hold on, Jay's got a big announcement.
What?
He's
You'll be proud
finally
of me,
gonna do
Bree.
it.
Yeah.
Because Bree is like the queen of craftiness
Uh-huh.
in this company, right? In this village.
Oh my
The
goodness.
queen of craft.
She's super crafty, right? I am undertaking a home improvement project this weekend.
Oh, wow. You're going to actually clean up?
No. I am going to go next level Banoonies, right? I'm going to install carpet
What is
in my
Banoonie?
bathroom.
Oh,
In your
that's gross.
bathroom?
That's
In my
gross.
bathroom.
Gross,
Ew.
gross.
Why?
Yeah.
No, not the big
Jay, let me just tell you,
not
every
the big
time
furry stuff. There's just like small shag.
yeah,
carpet.
but every time you use the bathroom and you flush the toilet, there's a mushroom cloud of germs that's going to settle on your carpet. And then in the event your toilet overflows, you're going to be stuck with a bunch of wet carpet. That's why you don't put carpet in the bathroom. But, you know, to each his own. You're a little different. He's built different. That's all I'm just saying. Technically.
I'm rendered speechless right now.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah. See, even Bree's like, ill.
All my
Ill.
dreams are shattered.
Just think about it, you know, when you have a guest and they miss the toilet, it's going right on that carpet.
Ew.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wait, do you guys not have like the little
Oh, there
shower?
goes your weekend.
Do you guys not have like the shower rugs or the mats or anything like that?
Yeah, but you can take those out and wash them.
Yeah. Same thing for the carpet. You know, you would just.
How you doing wall to wall carpeting in the bathroom?
No, I mean, my bathroom is only like what?
You're gonna
15
put
by
mirror.
10,
You're gonna
if
put
even
mirror on
that.
the ceiling in the
Are you
bathroom.
putting a just a rug, or are you putting in?
No,
like,
I plan to
carpet
actually
and-
install, the carpet and tack it to.
Oh.
And I
Dude,
mean,
no, don't do it.
I would change this every
No, you
few
know what,
years.
Jay? Do it, bro. Don't let us tell you how to live your life.
No, don't do it.
No, do it, bro. Do it.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
Make sure it's really like long carpet that you can put your
Okay,
toes in
Chris
between.
is saying do it because I have a feeling this would be a next link on location.
Yeah.
Joe Sir's saying no.
Yep.
Bree and Joe Sir's okay. Survey says.
Yep.
What do you say, Link fam? Should I carpet the bathroom? Should I carpet my bathroom?
I think we should just go back to karaoke instead of
Yeah.
talking about that nonsense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd
Sean
rather
put
sing
here.
nonsense.
Sean Gumatauta put butchered karaoke mashup.
He's another good singer.
Good morning
Sean-
from Telefofo to the
Sean
KUM
can
family.
jam the 70s songs.
So
What's
Neil
like-
Diamond, right? Or Frank Sinatra.
All
yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Neil Diamond, Frank Sinatra. He also does the and I've heard Sean. He sings like half in Spanish, half in like English. And I'll be there before the next teardrops fall. And
I
everybody's
was
like,
thinking more
they're-
like Sweet
no, and they go like this,
Caroline.
and everybody.
Sweet Caroline.
No, and then everybody in the
Okay.
karaoke bar was like, "Hey, that's Sean Gumatauta from KUM." And then all of a sudden, like he picks up, he's like, "No mo quiero en verdad, son mi amor, felicidad." And everyone's like, "Damn!" It's like, yeah, he's just reading the screen, guys. But
Yep.
Sean can sing. Sean can not just sing. Sean can sang.
Yeah, Sean. Elizabeth Agagi comments in here, Jay. No carpet in the restroom except 2 small rugs, toilet rug and shower rug. Therese Perez comments, no carpet, ill.
Okay.
Exactly.
Ken Guerrero, no carpet in the restroom, Jason.
Okay. Well, okay. So no monkey business in the champagne court and no carpet in the bathroom.
We should have run this by us before we went on.
Well, I'm glad I actually didn't come on
I wanna
Monday
start-
and said, hey guys, I laid carpet.
I wanna start getting all your tangents in advance. We need a box here.
Tangent subject to approval.
Right. It's 6:30. This is the link. Miss a link, miss a lot. Don't miss
We
it
need to
then.
do karaoke, you guys. We need to make that as part.
Dude, man, that sounds like so much fun.
You know what's a great karaoke song? Okay, we know that Chamorros all over the world are going to be celebrating liberation, right? And we please invite you guys. Send us your videos, DM us, email any of us, whatever means you have to communicate with us. We want that. But I think in every
Wait,
single...
Jay, hold on. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Bev Test, Jay saw his comments in here. You never carpet a restroom permanently, Jason. That's gross. Don't do it, Prim.
Okay.
Yeah,
I am now convinced.
Don't do it, Prim.
I thought I had a good idea, but
I
thank you
say
guys.
do. You know what I say?
You
Do
guys
it.
have
Don't
saved me from disaster.
don't let these people tell you how to live your life, bro.
I'm just setting them up.
Okay, so we want your liberation videos, right? But every liberation video I've ever seen from Guam, there's always like some guy in the back, typically an older Chamorro with a guitar, and always surrounded by younger guys, and he's always jamming the Freddie Fender song. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, matter of fact, if you,
Wasted days and wasted nights, and everybody always gets into it, even if the young people. And it's always that one part when he's like, dun 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 dun.
Why should I keep loving you?
Dun, dun, dun,
I used to do that in the
dun.
Tanchai voice.
Dude, everyone jams that song.
I thought he was Chamorro when I was growing up because they
Yeah.
always play that.
Yeah. So hey, all of you, all Chamorros, everybody with ties to Guam, send us your liberation celebrations. We're planning something super special for next Wednesday, and we want to feature you guys. So thank you. And
right,
happy
we've got a
liberation.
liberation show, 7:30 p.m. Wednesday, and that is ahead of the drone and the fireworks show that we will be live streaming. So
Yes.
wherever you are,
Mhm.
whether you are in California,
Or
Oklahoma,
Gafagumas.
Vegas, or
Yep.
anywhere here on Guam,
Yeah.
you can watch it.
If
on,
you're stationed somewhere, in Europe, if you're in Deutschland.
Jay, we have another comment here
Oh,
from Harvey.
Okay, I guess I'm not gonna do it. I'm getting killed in the comments.
Harvey says restroom tile only carpet is gross in a restroom. But Ken Figurer says make sure it's red carpet. Hey, if you're gonna do it, you just do it,
Go
bro.
hard.
Right?
Go
Yeah.
bigger. Hey, you know what? Have like the velvet rope leading up to
Get you some red carpet. Install a bidet.
There. Have you ever thought about installing a bidet?
Nah, I'm good. Tickles. It tickles. You're you end up
Yes, we
backing
know what
into
it
it like
tickles.
either the bidet. You're like, oh yeah, oh back that thing up there. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Ooh hey. What's going on in there? Oh nothing. It's the bidet.
I wonder if they ever tried to sell those on Guam. Would somebody walk in on one of the home improvement stores? And, excuse me, sir. Where's the bidet?
That's Jason Solis, everybody.
Okay. I thought I had a good home improvement project. My fault. Thank you guys. Thank you for staving what would be an epic fail and everything like that. Breeze ride. Let's get back to karaoke. But
Right on. It's 6:33. The show's brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises,
what a way to end the week.
Jack in the Box. So what are you going to do now? He had his whole weekend
You
planned out.
can come over to my house and clean.
Yeah.
He's so quiet.
He just got his carpet dream shut down. You all right, bro? You okay?
There's very few times in my life I've actually been rendered speechless. This is like the third. Wow.
Okay, guys, go easy on Jay. He didn't know.
That's
Okay.
why I love you guys, Link
Yeah.
fam. You guys, we all. Hey, this too is in Afamalik. We take care of each other.
It's 6:34, Friday, July.
And I would like the record to show that there was only one person in the entire internet universe that was actually telling me to do that, and that was you.
I'm your friend, bro. You can count on me. 6:34. Let's go ahead and get into the news, and we'll talk about who's coming on the show and all that stuff coming up here. But first, with the very latest from the KUAM news team on a Friday, Sabrina Salas Matanati. Good morning.
Half a day, everybody. A Superior Court grand jury has returned true bills against Nicholas Wayne Moore and Troy Ryan Damian for the murder of Michael Castro. Guam Attorney General spokesperson Carlina Charfras confirming the two were indicted late Thursday afternoon. The two were formally charged with murder and aggravated murder, according to Charfras. Castro was reported missing last October. According to his June magistrate's complaint, Moore allegedly admitted to knowing Castro and having past dealings with him involving the sale and use of illegal drugs. Moore allegedly told a source of information, SOI, that he murdered him with a combat knife. Moore was arrested in Florida and extradited back to Guam last month. On Wednesday, he was also indicted for aggravated assault, terrorizing, and possession of an unregistered firearm in connection to a drive-by shooting that occurred on October 15th of last year in Agana Heights. He is currently being monitored electronically on house arrest after his father posted $1 million bail. As for Damian, he was arrested last week. According to court documents, an SOI provided police detectives an audio recording of a conversation with Damian bragging how he and Moore killed Castro. Damian said there was a car chase along Cross Island Road. Moore was driving while Damian was the passenger shooting at Castro. Damian told him that Castro did not die immediately, so he began punching him. They then placed his body in a drum. Damian is being held on $750,000 cash bail. Accused murderer John Richard Bass III is scheduled to appear before presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena this morning for a status hearing. During his last court appearance, he entered a not guilty plea by reason of mental illness. Bass is accused of stabbing his former girlfriend to death, 39-year-old Virginia Rose Paredo Laguatnia, and injuring a 19-year-old woman during an incident on June 7th at the Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. You may recall he was the subject of an extensive manhunt and was captured in Jigo. Judge Jonathan Kwan has ordered that he undergo a psychiatric evaluation. A pretrial conference, in the meantime, is scheduled for Juan F. Mendiola today. He's accused of fatally shooting Peter Rios in Mongmong in May of 2020. He was indicted for murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault. He pled not guilty to the charges and waived his rights to a speedy trial during his last hearing. His pretrial hearing is before the presiding judge, and it is scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. With more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. The White House today officially announced a massive U.S. operation to move thousands of American allies out of Afghanistan. The question remains, though, where will they go?
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announced the launch of Operation Allies Refuge.
To support relocation flights for interested and eligible Afghan nationals and their families who have supported the United States and our partners in Afghanistan and are in the SIV application pipeline.
The objective is to remove Afghan allies out of the country in advance of the September 11th deadline for withdrawal of U.S. troops. The operation is being led by the State Department. Agency spokesperson Ned Price says a group of SIV applicants who served as translators, interpreters, and others that may be at some risk have been identified.
These are individuals who at the moment have the option to be relocated outside of Afghanistan before we complete that military drawdown in order to complete their special immigrant visa processing. Importantly, these are individuals who are already in that SIV processing pipeline.
How many and where they will be evacuated to has not been disclosed because of operational and security reasons. Several congressional leaders have suggested Guam as a site, and Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is supporting the idea. The island has a history of helping others, having served during the evacuation of Vietnam refugees during Operation New Life in 1975, and the evacuation of Kurds from Iraq during Operation Pacific Haven in 1996. Despite today's announcement of Operation Allies Refuge, she has not received any word on Guam's potential role.
I know they are still in discussions and planning states, It's going to be a big operation and, want to make sure things are done adequately and appropriately and properly.
The White House confirms the evacuation flights will begin at the end of this month. An estimated 18,000 applicants are already awaiting visas, with an estimated 53,000 family members seeking to accompany them.
Governor Leon Guerrero is headed to Washington, D.C. next week, where she'll be meeting with the top Biden cabinet officials. First on the list, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland.
And there we will discuss numerous issues: compact impact, grants, funding for the hospital, land, excess land, all the issues, Medicaid, all the issues that are very pertinent and very relevant to our island. And then I'll be meeting with the Secretary of Commerce, Secretary Ramundo, and she or her undersecretary. We want to discuss the infrastructure legislation and to just make sure Guam is a part of that.
The governor will also participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Guam Pillar of the World War II Memorial. She hopes to make it an annual tradition. In other news, accused murder joiner Sked was appointed new counsel after attorney William Poe requested to withdraw due to obligations with another case. At least 4 other attorneys assigned have withdrawn thus far. The court allowed the motion and appointed attorney Jay Areola as the new counsel. Both the U.S. Attorney's Office and the defense also said that they had yet to receive the murder victim's autopsy, even though it's been complete for months now. Sked and co-defendant Rudy Canata are accused of the brutal beating death of former UMATIC Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Sanchez was found bludgeoned and stabbed to death at Canata's home. Both face charges of murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. The AG's office has moved to serve the cases. The court will address the motion at the next hearing on July 20th. The Guam Customs and Quarantine Agency has not been able to make rent and is barely able to meet its monthly payroll. In a budget hearing, Customs Director Ike Pareto says passengers' fee revenue has been hit hard by the lack of travelers, leading to their financial woes. Finance Committee Chairman Senator Joe San Augustine also asked about prior obligations. Administrative Services Officer Pilar Carbolito says they still owe for officer differential and hazard pay.
The COVID-19 differential pay.
Okay.
Officers are owed from we have not paid from January to June, and just truthfully, just this week we've established the account, and so we are working quickly with payroll in trying to get these payments out. The hazardous pay, this is the 10% that's owed from fiscal year 2017 to present. The numbers we're looking at is about 2.9 million.
Every year you should have a total whatever's outstanding. We just need to know that, because if there's a way to address it, we can address that and close that book. But if you're going to still be working with DOA, then may God bless you if they ever give you money for it.
Custom also owes for uniform allowances, fuel costs, and other operational needs. Pareto says they have been requesting transfers from the Budget Bureau to help cover basic needs. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Aetna will no longer hold the Government of Guam health insurance contract. The Department of Administration says the company did not submit a bid for next fiscal year that matched the RFP criteria. Instead, a pair of former carriers, Take Care and Calvo Select Care, will be offering coverage to government employees. In a news release, DOA said Governor Leon Guerrero made the selections on the unanimous recommendation of the GovGuam negotiating team. Take Care Insurance Plan was deemed the most economical and beneficial non-exclusive health insurance plan for medical benefits and retirement supplemental plans. Select Care is a qualified non-exclusive health insurance plan and the exclusive health insurance plan for foster care children and the government self-funded dental plan. Open enrollment starts on September 1st. The plan year begins on October 1st. It's been a long time coming as 53 FSM citizens flew home to Pohnpei Thursday. FSM Consul General Teresa Philippines says to KUAM that the returning citizens began their quarantine on July 8th. Another repatriation flight is scheduled for Monday the 18th. 18 more FSM citizens will be flying home to Kosrae. Their quarantine began on the 12th. Philippines says the repatriation was made possible when the U.S. government granted a request of a humanitarian assistance flight from Guam to the FSM. New COVID-19 cases are rising nationwide as the highly contagious Delta variant spreads rapidly, almost exclusively among the unvaccinated. Here's more from Michael George.
Fueled by the more contagious Delta variant, COVID-19 is gaining ground again around the country. New cases in every state except Arizona and South Dakota are up at least 10%. In 32 states, they're up 50% or more. Tennessee's former top vaccination official says she was fired this week after distributing a memo suggesting some teens could get vaccinated without parental consent.
And it was interpreted that the purpose of the memo was to undermine parental authority.
According to internal emails, the Tennessee Health Department decided to order a stop to all county vaccine drives aimed at children. Pop star Olivia Rodrigo visited the White House Wednesday to urge teens and young adults to get vaccinated.
It's important to have conversations with friends and family members, encouraging all communities to get vaccinated.
Smile. In Missouri, April Shaver and Valerie Mills see their mother, who contracted COVID in February, only through a hospital window as she struggles for life.
I want to just hold her and cry. That's what I want to do. And tell her how much I love her.
The sisters say their mom has been on a ventilator for months, and many therapies have been tried, including a heart-lung machine that oxygenates one's blood outside the body and pumps it back in. Michael George, CBS News.
Here at home, the Joint Information Center reports 2 new COVID cases. They were identified out of 479 samples performed on the 14th. To date, there have been a total of 8,473 officially reported cases of COVID, with 142 deaths. 109 cases are active, and 8,222 people have recovered. The CAR score is 0.8. 6 people are currently hospitalized, with 1 under ICU care. To date, a total of 92,836, or 77.3% of adults on Guam, have been fully immunized. A hybrid public hearing is scheduled today on the appointment of Attorney Alberto Tolentino to serve as a judge at the Superior Court. The governor nominated the former magistrate judge to the position to replace Judge Anita Sokola, who retired last year. Tolentino served in private practice, was a prosecutor at the Attorney General's office, and served many years as the court's magistrate judge. The hearing is scheduled for 5 p.m. And now with Sports Link, here's Dave Delgado.
Sports Link, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The U17 Select Women's team representing Guam in San Diego gained some quality time on the pitch. Team Guam played up in the tournament, competing in the U18 division. Guam's age range for the competition was 12 to 16 years old.
It's a very new environment. Like, I've never stayed at some place where you train and you live at in the same facility, so it's cool because you get to be around other athletes, and it's not just soccer, one sport, and there's like many different age groups and many different sports all training in one facility.
I feel like since we're rooming together and all that, it builds trust, and also just like the vibes are up and the energy as well. And we can basically get through anything here at Cali. Going against some older girls, and it's hard, but it's like a fun hard, like challenging in a way that we can get creative and just try and do our best no matter what.
So I feel like their playing style here is way different from what we learned back home. Like, they're more physical. They rely more on, like, it's a more physical game than back home, where it's more skill. And I think the height plays a big part in it too. Out here, there's a lot of tall players, and we're not really used to going up against taller opponents. So that was also interesting to work with.
The 15th Copa Del Mar Sharks Invitational Tournament was played at the San Diego Polo Fields. The U17 Select team played to a 2-2 draw in their opening game and lost their second match 3-0.
In past trips, we've gone to different countries in Asia, but we've never really gone to anywhere in the United States, and it's cool seeing how different cultures play. And at the end of the day, it's soccer, but it's different styles of soccer, and so expanding that horizon where, like, you know, one team plays more physical, one team plays more dependent on skills, passes. It's good to expand that and you know, be able to play whatever.
Guam Football Association Technical Director Sang-Hoon Kim and head coach Derek Cruz led the staff on the trip to the West Coast.
It pushes us harder to run as fast as they can, pass as good as they can. And so in the end, it just allows us to be a better team.
Sang-Hoon Kim says he hopes all the players use this opportunity to assess the next steps in their development compared to their peers in the U.S., as well as to start thinking about their plans after high school and how consistent football development may help them achieve their goals.
I want to thank GFA for just giving us this opportunity, because without them, we wouldn't be able to be here right now without them organizing it, and with the staff and the coaches just putting the time in to help us improve all as a team and as players and as individuals. And I also want to thank my grandma back home for supporting me through all this and staying up late at night to watch me play.
I would also like to thank GFA just for how they put this all together just for us and as a team. It means a lot, and how we just ultimately go from this and what's for us to think what's next. And I would also like to thank my mom for flying all the way out here with me, and also my grandma for flying across the country just to watch me and my sister play, and for my dad that is watching across the country and keeping up with all the matches.
The UOG baseball program is looking for potential players to fill their roster. Players looking to further their education at the university and still be able to play ball are encouraged to come out.
Well, we have tryouts the first week of August. That we're trying to get the baseball team. Like I said, we got 6 sports going for UOG athletics in the fall, and we got all sports having tryouts the first week of August, and we hopefully will have record numbers is what we're hoping for, but hopefully we'll have at least enough numbers that we can play 6 sports and give the students at UOG the opportunity to participate in varsity athletics and learn teamwork, leadership skills, and the things that athletics is supposed to teach kids.
Interested players should come out to the GW baseball field the next 2 Saturdays. The free clinic will run from 9 to 11:30 in the morning. Assistant coach Sean Cruz is hoping athletes take advantage of this opportunity to play varsity sports and get an education.
One of the things I've always wanted to do is give back to especially our younger guys. Guam's full of hidden talent. A lot of kids are used to finishing high school, maybe going right into working a full-time job or even part-time jobs. Not many really see that college aspect or that varsity athletic aspect. So what we're trying to do is trying to give them another opportunity to try and pursue those goals, right, and also get an education out of it.
Athletes start the morning off with stretches, throwing, and ease into some fielding drills. The coaches help them out with their mechanics and how to be more proficient.
Coaching staff is great. I like it. Yeah, I've learned a lot. I mostly play outfield, so that's really helped whenever I'm learning how to do ground balls, pop flies, catch with 2 hands, everything like that. I'm going to be a senior, so it's my last year to really show off, do what I can to prove to colleges, hopefully get some people looking at me.
It's definitely a good idea to come out here if you wanted to play baseball, if you have played baseball, if you just want to come out, try it, see how it is, maybe hone in your skills. It's a good thing to do. It really is fun. Again, the drills, they're really great. So I'd highly suggest coming out here.
For those interested in coming out, can call the UOG Athletic Department or check out the UOG Facebook page.
Everything here is new, like the drills, and I get to learn new basic things about baseball. Yeah, it is fun, and it's a good opportunity to train with real coaches. I came here, I wanted, right after high school, I want to join the UOG and continue with my baseball. But I would recommend people to come and join. It's a good opportunity for young kids like us.
With the Olympic Games right around the corner, the combined coverage of the Tokyo Olympics across the networks and digital properties of NBC mark the biggest media event ever, and KUAM TV8 will be a major source of the best in sports competition from around the world beginning next week. Kickoff with the live opening ceremony on Friday, July 23rd at 8:55 p.m. KUAM TV8. We have nonstop coverage up until August 9th. You can get full detailed schedules on KUAM.com and also visit NBCOlympics.com for more than 5,500 Hours of live event competition from all 41 sports, 339 medal events, plus streaming of the opening and closing ceremonies, extensive video highlights, Team Guam stories, and local schedules from KUAM and cable networks carrying respective events. The Father Dueñas Alumni Basketball Tournament is back at the Jungle. This year's tournament is presented by Class of 2011. 27 teams are happy to be back after missing the competition last year because of COVID. Games will take place every day. Start time for weekday games Monday through Friday is 6 p.m. and start time for weekend games Saturday and Sunday is 11 in the morning. The Alumni Basketball Tournament playoffs will begin on Monday, July 19th. General admission is $10 for individuals 18 years and older, $5 for ages 13 to 17, and free admission for kids 12 years and under. Season passes start at $45 for individuals 18 years or older and $25 for ages 13 to 17. Alumni and tournament participants get in for free. Games for tonight, 91-92 takes on 96-97 as we speak. At 7:10, it's 2011 versus 98-2000. And at 8:20, Class of 2008 will be taking on Class of 2009. 4 Guam swimmers traveled to Houston, Texas last week to train and compete in the SSAN Long Course Championships, along with over 220 swimmers for a 3-day long meet held July 9th through the 11th. Swimmers 14 years and under competed in 16 individual events and multiple relays in the USA Swimming affiliated meet. 14-year-old Izzy Poppy advanced to the finals in the boys 13 to 14 age group 200-meter individual medley and secured the third place spot with a time of 2:24.21. After taking the top spot in the girls 13 to 14 age group 50-meter butterfly preliminary heat, 13-year-old Mia Lee continued on to the event finals, clinching a bronze medal with a time of 31:74. 13-year-old Kiana Santos took second place in her 400-meter freestyle heat at 5:33.39, advancing to the finals in the girls 13 to 14 age group 50-meter backstroke at 38.68 and went on to secure the first place finish in the girls 13 to 14 age group in the 800-meter freestyle with a time of 11:22.84. The youngest Guam swimmer of the group, Nanahi Lee, 7 years old, competed in the 10 and under division, swimming in the 50-meter freestyle, 100-meter freestyle, and the 50-meter breaststroke events. After over 8,000 miles of travel and only a few days of training, we're very proud of our swimmers and the results of this weekend's meet. In addition to challenges with COVID-19 and training without a long course pool, our athletes continue to show grit and their commitment to the sport, said Coach Andy Lee of Manhoban Swim Club. We are grateful for this opportunity to join Manhoban alumni Mike and Shane McCauley to train with Premier Aquatics Club of Clean Pack here in Houston. Basketball players on the island will get back onto the court this Saturday when the 2021 KFC Youth Basketball Circuit tips off. Divisions for the tournament will include 8 and under co-ed, 10 and under co-ed, 12 and under co-ed, 14 under, 16 under, and 18 and under for boys and girls. This tournament will kick off a series of youth basketball tournaments for the summer. GBC Secretary General Frank Cruz says after being in lockdown pandemic for a year and a half, our basketball players are super excited to run up and down the courts again. I'm sure that parents are also excited to cheer for them. As the GBC Secretary General, we want to see the future of Guam basketball and be part of their development. We understand that the need to invest in our youth for success of our national program. Games will be played at the Gigo Gym and the National Training Center in Teason. Games for the tournament will be played with some modified rules to help develop the younger players. GBC President E.J. Calvo says, we are excited to organize youth basketball competition this summer and help coaches and clubs provide a positive outlet for kids. We are also focused on working with clubs to develop Guam's future talent and inspire our community through the sport. Special thanks to KFC for sponsoring this summer's youth basketball circuit. Proceeds generated from the operations of this summer's tournaments will directly benefit the Guam National U17 team as they prepare to travel to the FIBA Oceanic Championships in Samoa in December. Frank Cruz added from the sponsorship side, "We are happy to sponsor the first U8 to U18 youth league since the shutdown and glad to be part of the reopening of our Island Basketball League." In bowling news, Aaron Elliott defeated Daryl Scott 209 to 202 for the King of the Lanes monthly title. Elliott claimed his second title of the year along with a perfect 300 game he registered earlier in the month. Jeremy Leal claimed the Prince of the Lanes division title 179 to 176 over 6 seed Gomez Martinez. Leal entered the match as the number 2 seed. The next King and Prince of the Lanes will be held on Sunday, August 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon at the Central Lanes Bowling Center.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Sports Link again on Fridays right here on the link, brought to you by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Subarena and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more info. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Back to you, Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Good morning.
Thank you. I don't even know what to say about that.
Ring!
But actually, to be fair, our friends over there, their industrial equipment and everything like that runs really, really quiet. So
Right, yeah. You could tell Jason never bush cut because he called it industrial equipment.
All right, so let's just go ahead and go into tomorrow news. Here's Kin Conception.
Buenas noches to get some to be tuned tomorrow in the KUAM News. Presented ni Familia Mizo, the First Hawaiian Bank. Imatsakin na pekno si Junior Skate sa mapuntal di orto na bagaw. Ana mamaisan si William Poe para madispensa para obligasyon nga orto na kausa. Kasi 4 esta man maapunta na bagaw para si Skate sa manuwa gikausaw niya. Ikoti sa maseri emotion Poe sa mapunta ya bagaw Jerry Ola. Todi do sa opisina ni US Attorney sa ni dumifefendi si Skate, masangan na distipago ti maresisibi report autopsy para biktima ni Mapuno. Masa esta munazan para mes na tempo tati. Si Skate zan si Rudy Kinata sa masod ni Idos, na siya umanya zan pumuno iginin mahod umatak si Daniel Sanchez. Masoday tataw na si Sanchez na magaluti sa masesi gigama Kinata. Todi dos mapafana in atakin murder ni permit grado na felony, zan aggravated assault no mina segundo grado na felony. Yuvasin na niradada bagadong buwan sa Martinez motion para masipara ikausan niya Idos. Ikoti sa siyempre madesidia doon na motion, gimamayla na hearing gidya 20 Hulyo. Otro asunto, ied na insurance ang load para gobernamentong buwan sa tisiya esta sumistete niya doon na kontrata. Departamento ng Administrasyon, masanga na kompanya sa tiyat sa miti bid para ortusakan fisco, ni umadza ni minalagoy RFP. In lugar dos na ginensiya mo mananya insurance para gobernamento, i-take care sa ikabos select care sa manufacturer kinubrin insurance para empleo ni gobernamentong guahan. Gi-news release sa Departamento ng Administrasyon masangan na magahaga lulyong o magic companion insurance. Siguro na recommenda ni Gulf of Guam negotiating team. Iplano niya take care masoda na gwisa mas barato than mas beneficio na non-exclusive health insurance para medical benefits sa ni retirement supplemento na plano siya. Iselect care sa kwalifika para di non-exclusive health insurance plan sa ni exclusive health insurance plan para foster care na famaguan sa ni self-funded dental plan para gobernamento. I-open enrollment sa matutuhang gidya 1 gi September, i-plan year sa matutuhang gidya 1 gi Oktubre. Gimas, hagas mananggan sa na tempo ni manhano 53 na sudidano ni FSM, tatig sa panpe giagan webis. I-FSM Council, Teresa Philippin, asangani KUM News na sa manhano sa matutunin sa Argentina, gidya 8 gi Hulyo. Mas kaso oto na repatriation flight para ilunes dia 18 gi Hulyo. 18 mas na sudidano ni FSM sa profangupo tatig itano niya Krusray. Matutunin ka ng Argentina niya, gidya 12 gi Hulyo. Ilang si Philippine na nina posibleng repatriation ani gobernamento ng Estados Unidos man naig grant ani man requesta para humanitarian assistance flight disti Guam esta guatigi FSM. Yuto mo na suntog ni KUM News para pag na business, makonfirma ni KUM News na Port Authority of Guam sa manhire nuevo na Assistant Port Police Chief. General Manager para report si Rory Ruspicio, asangan na kandidato sa ganato di Kunalafika, desta marikonosi todo dyan maiksi may kapasidad niya. Si Jesse Mendiola sa tutuin ng nuevo na posisyon na gi-report gi-Lunes. Si Mendiola sa Guiza Director di Mariana Fusion Center. Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense na spokeswoman si Jenna Gamindi Blas, akumpirma na sa miti si Mendiola is on a resignation guihi na posisyon jayo tumuna diha guihi sa Domingo. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofo and Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your coworkers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors.
Uno Mixed.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travels certified.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Hey, as promised, we got our Uno Go giveaway winner to be announced this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
All right, good morning, everybody. And as we've been telling you all week long, our friends at Uno Go have a new promotion that we're doing each and every week right here on The Link where we announce the winners. It's called Office Party On Demand, and we've been telling you guys, encouraging you guys, imploring you guys, practically begging you to please register this. It's a free, super cool contest, and you can win lunch today from Uno Go's network of restaurants. And today, kicking this off, is our friends at Lone Star Steakhouse. And so now is the time. After 4 days of people sending in where they work, a certain organization on Guam is going to get lunch for 15 colleagues, staffers, co-workers. They're going to get that. So the first winner of the Office Party On Demand, Joseph's got the picture, and congratulations go out to Nicole Raqueno from Coast 360.
Right on.
In Mighty. So, you know, Uno Go's going to take care of all your delivery fees and everything. The chefs over at Lone Star Steakhouse going to get a outstanding lunch for Nicole and 14 of her hard-working colleagues over there at Coast 360. We appreciate them for entering. Congratulations to you guys. And, you know, the trip from Tamuning all around to Mighty, not that far. So your lunch is going to be hot, fresh, delicious, and you guys are going to have a great way to wind down this Friday. So, Nicole, thank you for entering. An Uno Go rep will be contacting you very, very shortly this morning and let you know about delivery times and everything like that. I guess it's not a surprise anymore?
No, word is out. Word is out there.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Nicole, and enjoy your office lunch from our friends at Lone Star Steakhouse and Uno Go.
Yeah, so Nicole, send us some pictures and everything. We'd love to see how you guys, celebrate. Have a really good one, and thank you for working hard and for doing what you guys do from the financial services side and lending and everything. getting our island back on track. But you guys have a nice lunch. So thank you to Uno Go and Lone Star for setting us up.
All right, we're already set up for next week. Next week, with our partners at Uno Go, we're going to be giving away lunch for 15 from
Jamaican Grill.
Jamaican Grill. Jamaican Grill. Jamaican Grill.
Yeah, you get to have jerk everything.
Yep. That's one of Jason's favorite seasonings.
You would think that I would be like the natural selection for this, but yeah. So again, if you guys want to get a little bit of a jump, you guys are thinking you guys entered this week and you didn't enter again. Remember, all you have to do is 3 things, right? You have to sign up as a user on the Uno Go mobile app or on Uno Go's website. Follow them on Instagram and or Facebook, preferably do both, and then send them a DM and let them know where you work, who you are, even put your title, your position, and let them know where you are on the island, and hopefully good luck to you. You know what? Even if you want to put like a little story, make an appeal. Just say, hey, we've been working really, really hard. We've been busting our butts through the pandemic and everything like that. This is why. The link said to let you know we deserve an awesome lunch. So good luck to you. So Coast 360 in Mighty is getting a awesome steak lunch today from Lone Star Steakhouse, and next week somebody is going to get Jamaican Grill for themselves and 14 of their coworkers.
Right on.
Awesome.
Great job.
You know, something else that's going to be awesome for Liberation, we're doing a great show, Bree.
Yeah. It kicks off at 7:30 p.m. We're going to have a little music, a little history. We're going to be announcing the vaccine winner.
Right.
Doing a little recap of the people that did win $10,000 cash.
And a brand new car. Hey!
And we're also going to be carrying the drone show and the fireworks show live. So really, really excited about
Yeah.
it. I can't wait to see the drone show.
This is the first time ever in the history of Guam that we're having a drone show.
Right.
Ever.
Right. And so let me just read
Ever,
off
ever.
And if you guys are wondering, you know, like if you're wondering, like, oh, how can they fly drones? Like, you know, I saw some stuff on Twitter. How can they fly drones at, you know, Epal Beach? I can't. They made all the proper clearances so that they're permitted. I don't know if they went through Uncle Carl to get that done, but they are 100% legit. They got all the clearances and everything like that. So you are going to see a professionally done, synchronized, syncopated, synced up kitchen sink. You know, we are ready to go. But and this is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So the drone light show, it begins at 8 p.m. The Governor Joseph Flores Memorial, Epal Beach Park in Tumon, is going to be closed to the public that night. The drone show can be seen from anywhere along Tumon Bay. It's going to be followed by 3 synchronized fireworks launches from Oka Point, the Hagåtña Boat Basin, and a barge off Molesso Pier at 8:15.
Wow.
Now, the theme music will accompany the drone light and fireworks show. Can be heard right here on 93.9.
The Breeze FM 93.9.
Now, if you missed the drone show debut, you can catch another showing from the village of Molesso on Thursday the 22nd, also at 8 p.m. But keep in mind, there's not going to be any fireworks on Thursday. It's
Right.
only for Wednesday.
So, Bree, let me get this straight. I can watch fireworks from either Tumon Bay or Molesso?
Yes.
All right, get out of here.
Yep.
No, come
8:15
on.
p.m. and then turn it on to 93.9.
Yeah.
And follow along with the music. It's choreographed. The fireworks are choreographed and the drone show is choreographed to the music.
So I stay in Epan. I don't have to go all the way uptown to Epal. I can just come down through Inaran, Molesso, and
boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
just like that.
Yeah, or
Wow.
you could
That's the
just
technical definition.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
Or you can just watch
Bada bing,
it
bada
on
bow. We got some fireworks.
KUAM. We're going to be having it on TV and we're going to have it on a streaming on Facebook.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my lady. I'm going to get a bottle of that bubbly apple cider champagne.
Don't have too much because we got a show tomorrow.
I
the
know.
next day.
And then I'm going to watch it. I'm going to put one eye on the, is it going to be streaming on
Yep.
our KUAM News Facebook?
Yes.
And then the other on the barge at Molesso.
Right. And just so you know, rain or shine,
Yep.
we will have something for
Yes,
you.
it's waterproof.
All right? We'll have something.
There you go. The drones have umbrellas.
Yeah, I mean on our stream.
Oh. Yeah. So we're going to be doing the grand finale announcement of the Vaccine Win winner.
Yeah.
And we're also going to have some special performances for you guys.
Now, and we were talking yesterday because, like in coordinating this, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, and we got some people that really, really know their stuff on the technical side. One of which is our friend Jeff Sanchez, who, does, he does audio-visual stuff.
Jams Media.
Yeah, he does really cool things with fireworks shows. That's not the only thing he does. He also does these really cool, like, LED displays and everything. And we just asked him, we're like, Jeff, I'm curious and everything like that. Because we live on a tropical island, if there's rain and wind and everything like that, he just said, he's a man, I get that all the time. Most asked question, he goes, technically it is possible. You can't
come
do
with
a
an
fireworks
original
show.
question.
Right. And also during our show, we're going to be hearing from some off-island residents, some of our soldiers who have special liberation messages.
Right. That's
Who's
something
got the
that,
best off-island liberation?
That's something that we do every year. We play these messages, right, from the troops.
Right.
And there's a lot of Guamanians in Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington,
Houston,
Bremerton,
Oklahoma,
Washington,
San Diego.
Right.
Right. So if you
San
actually,
Antonio.
if you're watching our
Chula
stream
Vista.
and you live in the mainland and you have
Barstow.
had a liberation celebration, please send us the video,
Yeah.
send us your pictures, and we'll include it in the show.
Right on.
Just send it to us on Facebook.
Yep. Send it early. So that's happening Wednesday. What time?
Our show kicks off at 7:30, and then the fireworks is at 8.
Right.
So our show's from 7:30 to 8:30.
Sweet. It's going to be awesome. It's 7:25.
Oh, and just a little heads up. I know some people, speaking about Twitter again, they were saying, we realize Wednesday is a holiday. What time is the Vax to Win thing going to be announced? We'll let you know.
On it,
They're
But
finalizing that.
But
and
we'll definitely have it on our show. at
Yeah.
8:30.
Yep.
And
Yep.
they do realize that because it is like a holiday, and things can, people's schedules might be a little like abnormal that day because they may have like other things to do. Adeloop's going to tell us exactly when that is in GVB.
Right on. We're so glad to partner up for the big finale. Go out with a bang, right? For Liberation. It's Friday, July 16th. Friday, whoa, badness! Oh, Friday. Give me an F.
F.
Right on.
Well, we better be careful where we go with this.
I mean, Friday's a lot of letters. So.
Oh, you know what? We could say, give me a G.
Huh.
Give me a O.
Right on. Yep.
Give me a P.
Right on.
What's that spell?
GOP.
Ah.
Yep.
And look who's in the Zoom room.
Yeah, we're getting Juan Carlos, the chair of the Republican Party of Guam. They're doing a big GOP training coming up, and we'll do that after the break. Again, it's Friday, July 16th. The show proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, IT&E, and Cabo Enterprises. Good morning.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofan and Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your coworkers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Off it, everybody. Welcome back to the to the Link. Oh my goodness.
Zoom.
Yeah, the Zoom, the boom, the karaoke hour.
Right. Zoom, it's a way of life. 7:33, and in the KUAM News Link Zoom room, we have the chair of the Guam Republican Party, Mr. Juan Carlos Benitez. And he is joined by, well, let me get this right here. 4-piece band, by the way.
Rick Gorka.
He's joined by Rick Gorka, the Republican National Committee's Deputy Chief of Staff. And we're talking about candidate training. As the lines have been drawn, and Juan Carlos told me the other day, watch your back, you pesky Democrats. They're gunning for you. They're gunning for that legislative majority.
What about Adelup?
Yeah,
Gunning for that too?
He didn't mention Adelup. So I wasn't sure about that. Good morning, Juan Carlos. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning. Good to see you all.
Of course.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So
glad to see you guys are in a festive mood this morning.
well, it's Friday.
Feel Good Friday.
Amen. So right now,
Looking forward to Liberation, eh?
that's
Yeah.
right. Wednesday, we're doing a big show, Juan. I don't know if you heard, but for the first time in the history of our island, we are having a drone show.
We're really excited about it.
Yep. And that's like, how many drones is it?
A gazillion.
It's a gazillion drones, and they program them, and so they do this whole synchronized like light show thing, and it's going to be really cool. And then we're also going to have fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is
Well,
equally
here's my
as
question.
okay. Yes.
Here's my big question: Is are you going to be conducting the interviews via drone?
Wow.
Yeah, that'd be kind of hard.
Yeah, working on it. Working on it. One. Let's get right into it. So we're doing this Guam GOP training July 22nd, 23rd, and it's going to be with Rick and a bunch of other people from the Republican, the National Republican Party, Juan. And I know that in talking to you just a couple days ago, I mean, it's no secret. I'm pretty sure every election you guys are gunning for the majority. But as it stands now, 8-7 Democrat majority in the Guam legislature. So how many seats you guys hoping to pick up with this training? And then we'll get more into the training side of it. Juan, do you already have some new candidates looking at next year?
We do, and we're obviously going to try to get that 15-member supermajority. So we're gonna run 15 members, and we picked 2 at the last election. We picked 3 at the last election cycle. So we feel that we're posed to finally move across and hopefully go all the way through a supermajority, which would bring back a balance in power between Adelup and the legislature should it stay Democrat. We have a number of candidates running for Adelup. Yes, we are gunning for Adelup too, and part of what we're going to be also doing is establishing the roadmap and improving the party's efforts in the congressional race also. So I'm sure you would be glad to hear that.
I got that.
Zing. Well, Rick, let's just get right into it. What are you bringing to the table for this candidate training, and how do you think it's going to augment some of the existing campaigns that we might have seen last election?
Well, we're first thankful for Juan Carlos for inviting us out to visit Guam. We're bringing experts in training on a host of topics from political communications, fundraising, digital data, to arm the candidates in Guam with the latest in technology and techniques to run the best campaigns possible. So we're spending and looking forward to spending a few days working our way around the island, meeting as many folks as possible, answering a lot of questions, and making sure that the candidates that Juan Carlos is recruiting are ready to run very effective and competitive campaigns, being smart with the resources that we all have to work with when we're running for office. It's going to be a great time to have a conversation with a lot of local candidates, and we're very much looking forward to it.
Rick, aside from yourself, who else is coming out, or who else is here?
Yes, we have Dave Gibbon, who is our Director of Data and Digital, Brenna Morlock, who is our fundraising expert, who will make sure that Juan Carlos's candidates all have the money they need. And then Kaylee Cotter is also joining us in Guam, helping with logistics and operations. So we have 4 individuals from the RNC. This is a big priority from Chairwoman Rhonda McDaniel to have the RNC staff come to Guam. We're currently in Hawaii right now doing the same thing. But it's part of our larger commitment to the 56 state parties that make up the RNC to make sure that each state party is as strong as it possibly can be.
Let's talk about, I mean, obviously, well, maybe not so obviously, but campaigning in the states, big cities, it's got to be a little different than campaigning here because, I mean, well, prior to COVID, a lot of it was, you know, face-to-face, shaking hands, kissing babies, as the cliche goes. And just looking at some of the items that you guys are going to be training, it does seem to include a lot of social media, texting, event scheduling, message development. So how do we kind of take these like big city approaches, and how do you guys fine-tune them to small island politics?
So the approach the RNC has taken, and that's what's great about 56 state parties, is that it runs the gamut, right? From training in California, whether you're in the heart of Orange County, to more rural parts of this country, to the islands and the territories. But it all comes down to building relationships on a neighborhood by neighborhood level, and recruiting the volunteers to take ownership within their circle of friends and acquaintances. Your Christmas card list is one of the phrases we like to use. Is we train the activists to talk with their Christmas card list about politics and policies, because it allows us to bypass the mainstream media, and it allows us to deliver a message, friend to friend, peer to peer. And that's why you see social media training on there. When folks go to Facebook and they see that Juan Carlos is posting about any number of issues, they know Juan and they trust him. So it's about effectively using those tools to bypass the mainstream media, but also develop and to deliver that message from a credible source to somebody that they know, touch, and trust.
So I got a text here. Which Republican party are we talking here? Are we talking like the kind of the mainstream one, or the far right Marjorie Taylor Greene Republicans?
We have Republicans of all stripes at the RNC, and what it comes down to is that each individual is fighting for a conservative ideal, for protecting our way of life and making sure that it's better. I mean, if anything that we've seen over the last 6 or 7 months is that the Democrats, there's no stopping them. There's no edge that they won't go to. So we need to bring back balance. We need to make sure that Republicans are elected across the spectrum. Because a Republican in Massachusetts looks different than a Republican in Nevada or in Guam or Hawaii. But there's still Republicans fighting for similar ideas and ideals.
The conservative ideals and politics has really made a lot of inroads on social media, especially I'm noticing locally with a younger demographic, right? And I was kind of scratching my head at that because I didn't really think that Guam was that conservative. But when you talk about conservative ideals, do you think that, and Juan Carlos, I guess we could take you to this, do you think that those ideals sell on Guam?
Absolutely. I think Guam is a lot more conservative that it realizes, and you look at it in a lot of our social values and the way that we look at small business and entrepreneurship, the longing for lack of interference from a centralized government, and which is resented in the private sector, as well as you get a lot of the extended family concept. You talk about issues of growing the family, allowing them to have choices in education, making sure that they can go to charter school options, that adoption options are available. We're definitely an extremely pro-life community. So you'll end up doing that, and when you add to that, we're probably one of the largest percentage of veterans in the entire United States, if not the largest. And then you look at our enrollment rates into our Presence Forces is similarly advanced. But Chris, I would like to add a couple of things about the training. This is all about grassroots activism, about getting people to learn how to mobilize as a group and as a people. The youth in Guam, as you stated before, has a big longing. They are interested in being mobilized. They want to make a difference. They're being vocal. Is now providing them the tools to learn how to go to the next level, to get them to be at a level of learning how to go to leadership, how to create their organizations. And with that, we want to help them get the right tools and passion to channel that interest into outreach and development and platforms that will make a difference for Guam, because we believe in them. I believe that those values, if you give the right ways, are going to be conservative values.
So this particular training, it's not just for the candidates that the Republican Party has already recruited to run, but it's also open to people that are interested in possibly running under the Republican banner.
Yeah. Right. So this training we've opened to everybody in Guam that wants to participate. I think one of the big difference is we want to provide the tools for the local community, and show that this is the party that there was that old saying, it's do I give you a fish or do I teach you how to fish, right? So we're teaching how to fish, and we're hoping that people will remember and appreciate that this is being done by the Republican Party and the Republican banner. You know, it's not every day that we have trainings like this, not done by Zoom, not done via recordings. This people are coming, and it's not middle management. These are the heads of their divisions. These are the people that are doing the training in all 56 states. And it shows the commitment of our chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel, to support Guam and the other territories, not just the states.
Where this is face to face, because I'm just kind of going through the press release. It doesn't really say, you know, where the training is.
It's top secret because there's Democrats listening, Bree.
No, nothing secret. Nothing secret here. We finalized the contract. The training is going to be taken at the Duset Hotel. Lunch and breakfast are included. So obviously a nice amount of coffee. Make sure that you can go through all our trainings. So we'll be there at 9 in the morning through probably 5 in the afternoon, both days. So everybody's welcome. Please come, but you need to register, and that for us is a big effort. We want everybody that's going to attend to register. We want to make sure we have enough room and food for all.
Where do they register?
What?
Where do they register?
Where do you register?
Oh, there's in the link. There's an email flyer to the email address. So if you guys could post it on the chat, I would truly appreciate it.
Right on, we'll do that.
Is there a cap? I know the governor's anticipated. We're all looking at the likely possibility of PCOR 4 on the 21st. But is there a cap on how many people are able to attend and participate?
Well, it is wonderful that the governor hopefully will get the island finally on PCOR 4 on Liberation Day. The training starts the day after Liberation Day, so we shouldn't have an issue with the cap if that everything goes according to what the entire island has been led to believe. If it isn't, that's part of the reason we did it at the Duset. We have there are 3 rooms. Right now, we're occupying 2 of the rooms with a substantial expansion. We're set up for at least 50 people to show up in person, complying with the present COVID requirements, and we can actually keep going more than that.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
So who's running for governor?
Yeah, so here's what I heard. I heard yesterday, Juan. I heard this Mary Torres, Jim Moylan.
Oh, wow. Who's got?
You just heard that now?
Yeah, no, I heard it a while ago, but I heard it again from someone who I thought would probably know.
Yeah, 5 years ago, even before he was senator, you know, I still remember when he won, they sent a couple of pictures of those around.
Right. Yeah.
You know, we get a lot of rumors. We have a lot of people that are interested, as you know, and we're excited about it. But as I said before, I let campaigns do their own announcement of when they launch the campaign. And it's not my job to do that. My job is to support those individuals and those candidates and build that grassroots team at the village org level and at the mayor's level. And I have to say, we have 10 amazing mayors around town, and they're doing a great job. And we are building on the other village orgs to increase that number.
Juan, you know, we had the minority leader, Chris Duenas, on, and I remember back when there was that whole little shakeup with the changing of the minority leader, he had said there were 4 to 5 Republicans who had their eye on Adelup. Can you give us any more on that now? Because it's already July, and you're saying that there's so many people who want to run for Adelup, but we haven't even seen a bumper sticker.
Yeah. I will say again, it's not my job to do their announcement. That is a part of the training that will be happening when you come to the training, you'll see about timing is key when you launch your campaign and how you do it, particularly when the opposition party is the incumbency party. But we come from 16 years of Republican governorship prior to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero taking office. So we think we're going to have a great chance. I would say, you know, this is a great time to be young or somebody that's in the middle management process that wants to get up to the next level in leadership in this island. There's going to be plenty of opportunities in the Senate and the governors of the mayors, as well as Congress. We're going through a generational shift. You can tell, you can see it in our elected officials. This is the time you want to be trained to know how to go there if you really have a calling to public service. We just want to make sure we provide the people that share our values those tools to be able to be successful. When I started, my father founded the Democratic Party of Puerto Rico. I started as a Democrat. I went to Washington, D.C. as a Democrat.
Boy,
and
you think you know someone.
After spending 2 years in Washington, I realized that I had almost nothing in common with where the Democratic Party had gone, and had a lot in common with the Republican Party, and I switched parties, and it was not an easy decision. A lot of friends that have been friends of my father and my family through all of that really thought about it and were concerned. Why had I done this? And at the end of the day, they all understood. You need to stand with the values and what you believe. And my home as a conservative is in the Republican Party.
Juan, let me ask, just generally, since you don't want to give us any specifics, but whoever does run for Adelup, do you think it's going to be challenging, given that we've got all this federal funding in town? We've had all these stimuluses. There's an All Rise Act allegedly coming down soon. So Adelup kind of sitting pretty with this American Rescue Plan. How would you campaign against this governor, lieutenant governor, if you were running on the Republican side? Or how will they campaign?
Well, I would say, first of all, I would have a better answer after we finish the training in a couple of days. But
you can get some pointers.
But the absolutely, we're running against an incumbent that has been given over $2.3 billion in federal funds and assistance to deal with the COVID pandemic here in Guam. I think a lot of it is going to be in how those funds are actually used and distributed to get to the people, make sure that our companies are able to reignite the economy and those jobs come back, or wherever they go. We're not going to out fundraiser. We need to be realistic about that. Our campaign needs to be done smart, not expensive. And that's why the RNC as a national party is coming and assisting, teaching us how to do it in a smart way, not in the most expensive way. And also with the newest technology. And this is something that I want to make sure people understand. The methods that are going to be taught in this training are state-of-the-art methods that are being used nationwide. So it's not just the same old training that you would have gotten every year that you were thinking about running. This is how we do it now, and a lot of lessons learned by the Trump campaign, by the prior elections in the House and the Senate that have been run, and those that have been extremely successful and those that have not. And I have discussed with Rick how Madeline Bordallo, you looked at that race, and through traditional media and process, the expectations everybody had in Guam was that the Congresswoman was going to easily win her primary, and she was blown out of the water. And it was all done in a social media, new technology way to accessing the voter, bypassing traditional news. So we need to learn how to do that. Rick, do you want to add something about that?
You covered it all there, Juan. I mean, it's a culmination of all the experiences of the 56 state parties. And, while we have a lot of knowledge and experience, it's very important for us to listen to what the activists and the candidates and the leaders on the ground are telling us. And then how do we reshape the tools to be a maximum impact for these elections?
What about party unity, Juan? I didn't see that on the agenda. How important is that moving forward?
Well, I've always said the party is always united. I love my mother. I love her to death. I don't agree with her 100% of the time, but doesn't mean that I love her less. And sometimes agreements to disagree are good for the lot of the party. And we've been blessed with having very strong leaders, have very strong opinions, and we're willing and able to talk about it between ourselves. It's great.
Juan, I wanted to follow up on something that you mentioned on how, you started out as a Democrat and you kind of moved on to be a Republican because it kind of fit more of your ideals. On Guam, sometimes it's often said that there is no difference between a Democrat or a Republican here on this island. So as you guys move forward with this training and as you recruit for candidates, what is the difference in your perspective in terms of a Democrat and Republican here on Guam? And why would I want to run Republican versus Democrat?
You have some Republicans who always vote with the Democrats, and then you got other Republicans who, you know what I mean? So, like Bree said, it's not really clear cut what you expect from a so-called Republican senator, governor, or mayor.
Well, Guam faces a number of challenges in that some are need to be addressed by law. And one of them is the party itself doesn't have any control of who runs under a Republican banner. And that's the Guam Election Commission's. So they determine who's able to run, and they made it very clear that it's going to be what the candidate puts on in their ballot. What we try to do is to highlight and train and have people understand what are some of the main conservative values that we stand for as a Republican Party, and promote those. And you see every so often the Republican Party will come on certain pieces of legislation that we feel are core to those principles, those conservative principles of small government, less intrusion in the private sector, as well as in advocating for the main social conservative principles of life, liberty, the pursuit for justice, and the right to bear arms is a big issue for our community. We stand strong by it. The right to self-determination to all the people of the United States. We're the only party that has supported statehood for Puerto Rico for the last almost 26 years. And yet we're touted as a party that doesn't support self-determination. That for us is a mistake. It's part of it is going to be teaching those conservative values to the new generation to understand what we stand for, and that hopefully will bear fruits as we move into the future. And we're this particular Republican Party since before I was leading, we're trying to work with the senators in crafting legislation that reflects those values. And sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. And we know that our senators are not always all going to vote with us on some issues. And they're elected by and their responsibility are to the electorate that voted for them. And those include Democrats and Republicans. None of those senators won exclusively on a Republican only vote. Our job as a party, we're elected just by Republicans, and our job is to support Republican candidates, support Republican values and ideals in the United States, protect elections from fraud. That's a big one right now that we're working on. So election integrity, those are some of our concerns.
Okay, so
did I answer your question?
No.
I'll send you a list of
there you go.
values that they get. And actually, we're in the process of translating them into Chamorro, Tagalog, Korean, and Japanese, so that it
don't forget
start understanding.
Chukis. There's a large demographic of Chukis voters.
Absolutely.
We're July 22nd, 23rd. They can register. We put the link up in the comments. It's coming. Jay's getting it up there. Rick, thanks for joining us and enjoy your time on Guam.
Great.
All right.
See you guys next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Juan Carlos, thank you. Last chance to tell us who's running for Adelup.
I'm not running for Adelup.
Okay. All right. There you go. See you, Juan Carlos.
Bye, Juan.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Hey, good morning. 7:58. Interesting stuff. Republican Party nationally, they'll be doing that training. Some of the topics we're going through here: message development, working with the press, earned media events, volunteer recruitment campaign staff, fundraising, among other things. All right, it's 7:58. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next, right here on the Link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on the Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Good morning, Guam. Friday, woohoo, business. Yelling words. Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV. Friday.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
For a lot of the private sector, it is payday.
That's right. Buy me everything.
And if you missed it earlier, there is one particular organization which is going to have a free lunch for 15. We'll tell you who that is coming up.
Yeah, if you know anybody who works at Coast 360 in Mighty, sorry, Jay.
Yeah.
they won lunch for 15.
We said it already. It's
from
not a
Uno
spoiler.
Go and Lone Star.
Yeah.
Okay, so how can people register for next week's giveaway? Next week it's going to be Jamaican Grill.
Yeah, so if you guys know Nicole Ricano, send her a DM, let her know congratulations. If you're a coworker of hers, she's doing her part as your teammate.
She's definitely the Coast 360 MVP today.
Yeah. I have a feeling other staffers from other branches of Coast 360 are going to mosey over to my team.
They're going to find a reason, right? Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't know. Nothing to do with the lunch. I just had to come in through here.
Hey, look, you guys got rolls.
Yeah, our Xerox machine is down. So how do they enter for next week's giveaway?
So if you guys want to participate in the Uno Go office lunch giveaway each and every week, it's Uno Go that handles all the delivery. They take care of the logistics. You just stay at your desk, hang out at your place of employment, do what you do, get our economy and our island back to where it needs to be. But all you got to do, take a couple minutes out of your time and either register as a new user with Uno Go, or if you're an existing user, you're in already, don't worry about it. Follow them. Follow Uno Go on Instagram and or Facebook. Do both just to be safe. And then send a direct message to slide into their DMs, to Uno Go's DMs, and just tell them who you are, what you do for your organization, and where you are, and how they can contact you. And hopefully you and 14 of your colleagues will get a amazing lunch next week from Jamaican Grill. But Nicole and her colleagues this week are going to chow down in Mighty. And like we said, Uno Go's they're gonna just whisk by Lone Star in Tamuning. They're gonna
shoot down and shoot up.
Turn up what used to be Auto City, and then they're gonna go right back up the hill, make it over to Mighty, and
bring you your bread.
Yeah. Once you see those boxes,
that onion thing, maybe
some steak.
Maybe you call us, say, hey, bring some of that wildfire sauce, and some of that steak. Right on.
So congratulations to our friends at Coast 360. I know those guys are working really, really hard. A former teammate of mine too is on the board. So
right on. It's 8:03. Good morning. Good morning, Friday, July 16th. Coming up, more info about our big liberation show that's going to feature more than 100 quadricopter drones in the first ever drone show on Guam. We are making history next Wednesday.
We'll give you a sneak peek, all right? Just close your eyes and think about a beautiful star-kissed night on Tuman Bay. And then all these amazing, visuals and, and LEDs lit up in formations and cool things. Can you see that?
I could see it if I could open my eyes.
Well, you can open your eyes now. There
Okay,
you go.
thanks.
Yeah, the Mugu's kind of like.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that loud, Jay.
100 quadcopter. No, I'm curious to see that too.
Yeah.
Not like just because I love drones.
If you guys Google drone show or YouTube, it's pretty cool. I was watching a national story because I guess there was people who own drones were flying them during COVID and no one knew what it was, right? And people were calling it in like it was UFOs or something. This is in the States of America. So yeah, that's how cool it is.
Well, and Bree and I were on a Zoom call with the guy Charlie, who is in charge. of
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie, our friend Charlie.
All right, Chucky.
Yeah, shout out to Charlie, right?
Right.
And he was saying, I think, what did they say, Bree? Charlie's gonna fly them between 300 and 400 feet high.
I think so.
Yeah, so think about
Charlie, right?
So fly and they said so they're gonna the drone show kind of takes off at Ipao Beach, like so either right on the sandbar or maybe about like what a quarter of a mile off where they have that little sand formation. They call it like Goat Island.
Yeah, is that still there or is that erode away already?
Man, I hope not.
It has to be really low tide.
Everybody always liked that. You take like those big pontoons out there. You kayak. So anyway, so Charlie's gonna send up like his 100 quadcopters, and if you think about 300 feet from Ipao Beach, like at sea level, that's above. That's way above like the Hilton right next door. That's probably even with the elevation and everything. That's probably gonna go higher than Pacific Star right down the road. So wherever you are in Tuman, you're going to be able to see that. If you're not in Tuman, you can watch the live stream and watch it on KUM TV over broadcast. So everybody's going to be able to.
And there's actually going to be a few different options. So there's fireworks, of course, with the drone show at Ipao, but then there's also going to be fireworks at, I want to say, a couple other locations, Bree.
Yeah, right. So 8 p.m. drone show, 8:15 is the scheduled fireworks show by our friends over at Jams Media. Sorry, I'm trying to find the locations here. Okay, so it's a synchronized fireworks show launching from Oka Point, the old hospital, the Hagåtña Boat Basin, and a barge off Malesso Pier. Again, that's at 8:15 p.m. On Liberation evening.
Right on. So there you go, Chaggy South.
So pick your favorite bay.
Right, but whenever you at 8:15, make sure, or 8 o'clock, make sure you're on 93.9.
The Breeze.
Because the shows are going to be choreographed to the
That's
music.
right, to local music. Right? Huh?
Yeah.
Yep,
Well,
that's
we got
right.
a special song for the fireworks show.
Okay.
Jeff was telling us about it, so they're kind of laying down the tracks for it, and then they'll be sending it over to us to play.
And then all of the music capitalizes on the fact that this is Guam's, liberation. This is like our most cherished day of the year. For many people, like it's a holiday, but we never lose sight and we never forget exactly why we remember this day. This is why we're here, the four of us standing in this room, talking about drones and stuff right now, because there were many of our family members, people that were descendants of, who made tremendous sacrifices like way back then, and the military who landed in Asin and liberated Guam.
Right. Tato 7 brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. This is the link. Coming up from the Office of Homeless and Poverty Prevention, Sarah Thomas and Eddie Doc. And also we're getting Capitans Carrie and Eric Rudd of the Salvation Army, because we're doing this Fill the Bus.
Fill the Bus. Yes. You guys might recall that a few weeks ago we had Captains Eric and Carrie here, and they were saying they're launching this big campaign, and their mission, the Salvation Army, they are a military-styled unit as a religious group, and they complete their mission. You're given a mission, you go do it 100%. No room for error on this, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to outfit every single needy child on Guam with a proper collection of school supplies, and in particular, they need backpacks. So we've got
Backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, donations like that.
Yeah.
Yep. School supplies, basically, guys. Protractors, if you got a protractor.
So, we're not only partnering with the Salvation Army, but we also partner with GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenberg Enterprises.
Yep.
And you can drop off your donation here to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m.
And remember, if you have food pantry and toiletries, of course, the Salvation Army always tries to keep a healthily stocked food pantry for people that are in need. Our people have been through so much, and there are people who just need, like a meal to get them through like the rest of the week, or they've got kids that need it. So if you have noodles, cereal, milk, snacks, baby food, baby
Vienna
formula,
sausage.
Things
Put
like
some
that.
Cadillac canned goods in there too, guys. Don't just bring your stewed tomatoes.
Yeah.
When you're out there getting your composition notebook, whatever loose leaf notebook paper, go grab a couple cans of Vienna sausage or corned beef or whatever, and put it all together and drop it in one shot.
And you know what would also be really, really helpful? Diapers.
Yes.
There's always going to be a need for diapers.
Right on. It's 8:10, guys, and that's coming up at 9 with the Salvation Army. Let's go ahead and get into the news now, brought to you by Pacific Points on this Friday morning with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Thanks, Chris Barnett. A Superior Court grand jury has returned true bills against Nicholas Wayne Moore and Troy Ryan Damian for the murder of Michael Castro. Guam Attorney General spokesperson Carlina Charfris confirming the two were indicted late Thursday afternoon. The two were formally charged with murder and aggravated murder, according to Charfris. Castro was reported missing last October. According to a June magistrate's complaint, Moore allegedly admitted to knowing Castro and having past dealings with him involving the sale and use of illegal drugs. Moore allegedly told a source of information, or SOI, that he murdered him with a combat knife. Moore was arrested in Florida and extradited back to Guam last month. On Wednesday, he was also indicted for aggravated assault, terrorizing, and possession of an unregistered firearm in connection to a drive-by shooting that occurred on October 15th in Agana Heights. He is currently being monitored electronically on house arrest after his father posted $1 million bail. As for Damian, he was arrested last week. According to court documents, an SOI provided police detectives an audio recording of a conversation with Damian, bragging how he and Moore killed Castro. Damian said there was a car chase along Cross Island Road. Moore was driving while Damian was a passenger shooting at Castro. Damian told him that Castro did not die immediately, so he began punching him. They then placed his body in a drum. Damian is being held on $750,000 cash bail. Accused murderer John Richard Bass III is scheduled to appear before presiding Judge Alberto Lamorena today for a status hearing. During his last court appearance, he entered a not guilty plea by reason of mental illness. Bass is accused of stabbing his former girlfriend to death, 39-year-old Virginia Rose Paredo Laguatnia, and injuring a 19-year-old woman during an incident on June 7th at the Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. You may recall he was the subject of an extensive manhunt and was captured in Jigo. Judge Jonathan Kwan has ordered that he undergo a psychiatric evaluation. A pretrial conference, in the meantime, is scheduled today for Juan F. Mendiola. He's accused of the fatal shooting of Peter Rios in Mongmong in May of 2020. He was indicted for murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault. He pled not guilty to the charges and waived his rights to a speedy trial during his last hearing. His pretrial conference before the presiding judge is scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. And with more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. The White House today officially announced a massive U.S. operation to move thousands of American allies out of Afghanistan. The question remains, though, where will they go?
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki announced the launch of Operation Allies Refuge.
to support relocation flights for interested and eligible Afghan nationals and their families who have supported the United States and our partners in Afghanistan and are in the SIV application pipeline.
The objective is to remove Afghan allies out of the country in advance of the September 11th deadline for withdrawal of U.S. troops. The operation is being led by the State Department. Agency spokesperson Ned Price says a group of SIV applicants who served as translators, interpreters, and others that may be at some risk have been identified.
These are individuals who at the moment have the option to be relocated outside of Afghanistan before we complete that military drawdown in order to complete their special immigrant visa processing. Importantly, these are individuals who are already in that SIV processing pipeline.
How many and where they will be evacuated to has not been disclosed because of operational and security reasons. Several congressional leaders have suggested Guam as a site, and Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is supporting the idea. The island has a history of helping others, having served during the evacuation of Vietnam refugees during Operation New Life in 1975, and the evacuation of Kurds from Iraq during Operation Pacific Haven in 1996. Despite today's announcement of Operation Allies Refuge, she has not received any word on Guam's potential role.
I know they are still in discussions and planning states, It's going to be a big operation and, want to make sure things are done adequately and appropriately and properly.
The White House confirms the evacuation flights will begin at the end of this month. An estimated 18,000 applicants are already awaiting visas, with an estimated 53,000 family members seeking to accompany them.
Governor Leon Guerrero is headed to Washington, D.C. next week, where she'll be meeting with the top Biden cabinet officials. First on the list, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland.
And there we will discuss numerous issues: compact impact, grants, funding for the hospital, land, excess land, all the issues, Medicaid, all the issues that are very pertinent and very relevant to our island. And then I'll be meeting with the Secretary of Commerce, Secretary Ramundo, and she or her undersecretary. We want to discuss the infrastructure legislation and to just make sure Guam is a part of that.
The governor will also participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Guam Pillar of the World War II Memorial. She hopes to make it an annual tradition. In other news, accused murder joiner Sked was appointed new counsel after attorney William Poe requested to withdraw due to obligations with another case. At least 4 other attorneys assigned have withdrawn thus far. The court allowed the motion and appointed attorney Jay Areola as the new counsel. Both the U.S. Attorney's Office and the defense also said that they had yet to receive the murder victim's autopsy, even though it's been complete for months now. Sked and co-defendant Rudy Canata are accused of the brutal beating death of former UMATIC Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Sanchez was found bludgeoned and stabbed to death at Canata's home. Both face charges of murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. The AG's office has moved to serve the cases. The court will address the motion at the next hearing on July 20th. The Guam Customs and Quarantine Agency has not been able to make rent and is barely able to meet its monthly payroll. In a budget hearing, Customs Director Ike Pareto says passengers' fee revenue has been hit hard by the lack of travelers, leading to their financial woes. Finance Committee Chairman Senator Joe San Agustin also asked about prior obligations. Administrative Services Officer Pilar Carbolito says they still owe for officer differential and hazard pay.
The COVID-19 differential pay.
Okay.
Officers are owed from we have not paid from January to June, and just truthfully, just this week we've established the account, and so we are working quickly with payroll in trying to get these payments out. The hazardous pay, this is the 10% that's owed from fiscal year 2017 to present. The numbers we're looking at is about $2.9 million.
Every year you should have a total whatever's outstanding. We just need to know that, because if there's a way to address it, we can address that and close that book. But if you're going to still be working with DOA, then may God bless you if they ever give you money for it.
Custom also owes for uniform allowances, fuel costs, and other operational needs. Pareto says they have been requesting transfers from the Budget Bureau to help cover basic needs. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Aetna will no longer hold the Government of Guam health insurance contract. The Department of Administration saying the company did not submit a bid for next fiscal year that matched the RFP criteria. Instead, a pair of former carriers, Take Care and Calvo Select Care, will be offering coverage to government employees. In a news release, DOA said Governor Lulian Guerrero made the selections on the unanimous recommendation of the GovGuam negotiating team. The Take Care insurance plan was deemed the most economical and beneficial non-exclusive health insurance plan for medical benefits and retirement supplemental plans. Select Care is a qualified non-exclusive health insurance plan and the exclusive health insurance plan for foster care children and the government self-funded dental plan. Open enrollment starts on September 1st. The plan year begins on October 1st. It has been a long time coming as 53 FSM citizens flew home to Pohnpei Thursday. FSM Consul General Teresa Philippin says that the returning citizens began their quarantine on July 8th. Another repatriation flight is scheduled for Monday the 18th. 18 more FSM citizens will be flying home to Koshrai. Their quarantine began on the 12th. Philippine adds the repatriation was made possible when the U.S. government granted a request of a humanitarian assistance flight from Guam to the FSM. Here at home, the Joint Information Center reports 2 new COVID cases. The cases were found out of 479 samples performed on Wednesday. To date, there have been a total of 8,473 officially reported cases of COVID-19, with 142 deaths. 109 cases are active, and 8,222 have recovered. The CAR score has dropped to 0.8. Of the active cases, 6 are currently hospitalized with 1 under ICU care. To date, a total of 92,836 or 77.3% of adults have been fully vaccinated for COVID-19. Meanwhile, new COVID-19 cases are rising nationwide as the highly contagious Delta variant spreads rapidly, almost exclusively among the unvaccinated. Michael George reports.
Fueled by the more contagious Delta variant, COVID-19 is gaining ground again around the country. New cases in every state except Arizona and South Dakota are up at least 10%. In 32 states, they're up 50% or more. Tennessee's former top vaccination official says she was fired this week after distributing a memo suggesting some teens could get vaccinated without parental consent.
And it was interpreted that the purpose of the memo was to undermine parental authority.
According to internal emails, the Tennessee Health Department decided to order a stop to all county vaccine drives aimed at children. Pop star Olivia Rodrigo visited the White House Wednesday to urge teens and young adults to get vaccinated.
It's important to have conversations with friends and family members, encouraging all communities to get vaccinated.
Smile.
In Missouri, April Shaver and Valerie Mills see their mother, who contracted COVID in February, only through a hospital window as she struggles for life.
I want to just hold her and cry. That's what I want to do. And tell her how much I love her.
The sisters say their mom has been on a ventilator for months, and many therapies have been tried, including a heart-lung machine that oxygenates one's blood outside the body and pumps it back in. Michael George, CBS News.
By a member of the Guys, we got a special cameo by a member of the Link family. Now, you know Landon Aidlet with the National Weather Service. He normally comes on for his Monday spot. He actually requested that he come on today because there may or may not be something brewing within our region. Now, Landon, of course, you know as well as I do, Chris and I are big comic book geeks, and I'm just assuming that your favorite X-Man is Storm.
You can never go wrong with Storm.
There you go.
That's one of my top characters. If they had like a lightning and a rain, they would also be top characters as well. They'd be like priority people in the comic world. I wanted to come on this morning because it's the anticipated Liberation Week next week, and there's also that potential for some weather to develop in the region. So just for an advance warning and notice to folks in the region, just to keep an eye on the weather forecast. It's a beautiful morning out there, very humid, warm morning right now. It's just some spotty showers as we get started to our day, and that's going to continue through the week. Let's go inside the building and find out what's going on. This weekend's not going to be bad at all with weather, just spotty showers coming through the region. But we are going to see some development to our west. And if you're following the world of weather right now online, you're going to see there's been a disturbance spinning out just to our west in the Philippine Sea, and that is JTWC Invest Area 98W. That was upgraded to a tropical cyclone formation alert, meaning that development to a tropical depression is likely within the next 24 hours. So going to the loop right now, just those spotty showers coming up over the island, passing throughout the day. Not that bad, but literally just off to our west, lots of weather out there developing. That is not our disturbance, by the way. That's just an area of convergence being influenced by the upper levels, generating a lot of showers, isolated thunderstorms, and that's all right about 150 miles west-northwest of us. So right about 150 miles is that edge of that. So this is one of those situations where you could have a major difference in a morning based on not so much distance. That's just 150 miles west of us. If that was overhead, we'd be looking at a whole different workday commute. Farther west, I'm going to zoom out and show you that disturbance. This is that disturbance 98W. That is what is now upgraded to a tropical cyclone formation alert. And that means that development to a tropical depression is likely in the next 24 hours. So we're going to be seeing that spin up in the next 12 to 24 hours. Is that a threat to Guam and the CNMI? It is not a threat to us. So that's the good news.
Okay.
We're going to have a fine weekend ahead. This area weather is going to keep to our west, and we could see the upper level clouds come over, give us a little bit of an overcast, but not too bad. Sunny and bright otherwise with spotty showers. This thing here is going to continue to spin up and will move generally in the direction of the Japanese waters, possibly towards Okinawa in the coming days. The tricky part that we're looking at right now is the possibility of a second tropical cyclone developing as part of this broader system. Some of the models are picking up on a second circulation developing closer to the far northern islands and then moving away, whereas other models are not showing that. However, the tricky part, you have this broad circulation spinning in the Philippine Sea. Some of the models show a much wetter pattern developing across the Mariana Islands down towards Yap and Palau mid to late next week, with that monsoonal flow coming across the region. This will be the first real taste of the monsoon we've had this year if it pans out as some of the models are forecasting. We'll see that southwesterly wind coming up across Western Micronesia over the Mariana Islands, and that could be mid to late next week with a good surge based on some of the more aggressive forecast models. So you do have to watch out for that. Liberation Day, it's really a matter of where this stuff sets up, where that monsoon band sets up over the region. Some of the models are showing a very wet Liberation Day for us, whereas other models show a little less activity and not so bad for us. So when it comes to the fireworks and the drones that's going to be displayed on Wednesday evening, do keep a close eye on weather forecasts and trends, because as things get resolved in the next 1 to 3 days, there could be some significant change in the forecast. But right now we're looking at scattered showers and mostly cloudy to cloudy skies midweek.
So I got a question real quick, because you mentioned models before, and I know you've cited the fact that typically with the NWS you guys have multiple different types of projections and forecasts with which you work and everything. When it comes to multiple models conflicting, or one saying it's going to be like a little bit wet, and another saying we could potentially have a lot of precipitation and wind and everything, especially on a day like our most cherished holiday. How do you guys decide which goes which, or do you take you have a odd number of models and you just take the average of them, or how does that work?
Yeah, you have to look at different factors. Some models handle certain scenarios better than others. This is the global forecast model right here. This is the American model that we use most dominantly in the National Weather Service. That's the GFS, and then the European, that's another popular one that we use here. This is the ECMWF. This usually handles rainfall scenarios better, but may not initialize the best as far as low-level circulations and initial development, whereas the GFS sometimes does pretty well with initial development of tropical cyclones. But the GFS is traditionally the more aggressive forecast models, especially when it comes to spinning things up. And the GFS is one that's showing a second circulation spinning up near the far northern Mariana Islands. So we have to watch out for that. And this frame is here on Liberation Day, showing that monsoon tail coming down across the Mariana Islands, whereas the European, much drier outlook for the Mariana Islands. So it's going to be we're going to have to see how these things come into play in the next 1 to 2 days, because as time progresses, these models do come into better synchronization. When you're out beyond 4, 5, 6 days in the future, that's where the models vary significantly. So when we talk about our forecasts having low certainty or high uncertainty, that's where we're waiting to see more information coming. We have to see what the observations, the satellite data is showing, where these forecast models initialize weak disturbances in circulation and how well they agree with each other.
Gotcha.
So as days progress, we'll have a better feel for what Wednesday will look like, but we have to see where these model forecasts converge into better agreement. And so that's where we're trying to decipher the gibberish of the numerical forecast models and put out the best available forecast. And sometimes in these very wet developmental situations, things can change significantly, and not just 3 or 2 days, but sometimes within 12 or 24 hours. And that's the joys of living here in the tropics. So I will be back on Monday morning. This is my last day before extended vacation. And usually they say, when you go on vacation, stuff happens, and this could be one of those.
I was going to say, not
like
exactly the kind of way you want to start your break.
Yeah, I'm actually nervous because I really want to be here for the monsoon push, because that can be exciting in the world of weather. But I really don't want anything to happen to the island, especially with Liberation Week ahead of us. So I'll be here on island for at least 1 more week, and then I'll fly off next Friday and see how things are going. But I'm making sure the staff, the forecasters, management, they're all on top of things and ready to go. But I'll be watching things from afar too, as well, if anything does develop. This is the day and age of virtual telework.
Exactly.
So I'm never really out of grasp.
Well, plus the fact, I mean, that is the benefit of you having a twin brother and everything. Brandon can just like slide in there and everything like that. And 99% of our viewers wouldn't even be none the wiser. He's as good as you. I mean, I know you guys probably have your sibling rivalries, but he's really, really good as well.
Yeah, he's on top of things. And when it comes to math and science, he's actually better than me. I was weak in the math and science, but I had my strengths in other areas, communication being one of them. But he's my continuity of operations plan.
Nice. All right. Well, we know you're going to stay on top of it, and we certainly do appreciate that, man. So have yourself a good weekend. We know you're going to be looking at charts anyway, because that's just what you do. Nothing wrong with that. And we'll catch up with you on Monday.
See you on Monday.
All right. Thanks. Have a good one, man. We appreciate it.
All right. It's something to definitely look out for.
Oh, boy.
But you know what? Like we mentioned earlier, rain or shine, we are still going to have our Liberation show. We're still going to have something special on Liberation Night to cap up a full day of commemoration and celebration.
Yeah, a little rain cannot dampen our spirit, and we know who we are, we know where we come from, and we know why we are celebrating.
Right. And so right now we're going to head into a break, and we'll see you in just a few.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofo and Inilohan for Haan and Minagov, a great date to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Lati, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelati.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Lati, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Welcome back to The Link. We're going to head into the Zoom room and check in with somebody we haven't seen or spoke to in a while, so it's good to see you there, Sarah. She's with the Office of Homelessness Assistance and Poverty Prevention, OHAP, and she's the director. So good morning, Sarah.
Buenas, Denhoff Day, you too. Very glad to be back on KUAM. I hope everyone's well and staying safe and healthy, right? That's what we got to do every day.
Yep.
That's right, every single day. You know, we've been wanting you to come on to just give us an update on some of the things you guys have been doing over there at OHAP.
Yes. So I'm glad to be here and just, take a few minutes to give you and our community an update on what's going on. We're the Office of Homelessness Assistance and Poverty Prevention. And I'm just so glad to report to everyone that we're getting staff on board. We have a social worker, we have 2 community outreach folks, and we have an admin person. So we're still looking for another social worker and a clinician to join us to do on the ground evaluations, because as we go about doing our outreaches, which we have been doing, it's incredible some of the presenting challenges our people have that live out in the streets, live unsheltered. We have identified quite a number who appear to have, issues with behavioral health issues and challenges that are perhaps untreated and not addressed. And of course, the most, I think, heart-wrenching problem that we continue to see is meeting people that have disconnected with their families. They have families here, but for whatever reasons, for many reasons, and I'm not going to say they're not good reasons, but for many reasons, they have disconnected from their families. And as a result of that, they are living in just some very interesting places that are really not meant for people to live in, and a lot of them are tents or just out in the open air without really the cover that they need. And of course, we're concerned about that. Like some people will say, hey, it's their right to live on the beach, live in the boonies, and it's true, that is everyone's individual right to self-determination, as said in our field of human services, that everyone has a right to self-determination. In other words, they can determine where and how they live. However, when it poses a threat to their health and safety and to other people, that's when it becomes the concern for us. And as you have heard from the governor and lieutenant governor in this last year and a half, the concern about the health of our people and the safety, it's like they have a greater likelihood of getting exposed to COVID, other communicable diseases, including tuberculosis and HIV, and just being sick. And that's what we don't want, is to the point where people are so sick that, we're not able to help them. And we unfortunately have lost too many people to COVID. And we have people that are suffering from untreated communicable and non-communicable diseases. Mm-hmm. So that's the health perspective, the safety perspective is paramount, and it's very concerning. And so although we have a great respect for people to choose where and how they live, we also need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to educate and protect our people as best possible. So that's where we're at. We're doing quite a bit of outreach, connecting, and we spend a lot of time sitting and talking with persons who are homeless. I think that's really the key to developing a strategy for a community, is really listening to them, understanding what their challenges are, why they choose to be homeless, and why they are not on the path for permanent housing. Because that's the goal, is we want people to be in a safe home environment and make sure that it's something that they can sustain in some place that will be safe for them. Right. So trying to understand this, and even though we've had many years of experience working with this population, we always need to listen and understand, what these issues are that they're facing, so that we can get them the support that they need. And I think what we're finding out is that sometimes our services can only be accessed, for example, in the offices. People have to make appointments, come to their office. Some people don't have transportation. Some people don't know where these offices are. So bringing people out to the people, bringing the services out, is where we're trying to get. It's like, at least for those initial, the initial contact, developing rapport and trust with this population, so that they will come in and they will seek services. So that's where we're at right now. But I'll tell you, it's heartbreaking. It's difficult, even for someone like me who's been in the field for decades, hearing and seeing our people who are out there in those conditions and who don't see any hope for coming in and getting permanent housing. But we're working on it, and prayerfully in the next couple of weeks we'll be fully staffed, and we will also, the partnership is awesome. I'll tell you, Guam Behavioral Health, Public Health, DISID, and a couple of other agencies, government non-profits, have formed a multidisciplinary team. We meet every week, and part of that is to develop those strategies for intervention, for support. How do we reach them? What is it that we can do? Who are the best players to go out and establish rapport? Because sometimes the best players might not be us to act to establish that rapport. So we're meeting every week, and we're moving. I'm feeling much more hopeful than I did a couple of weeks ago. And I really appreciate the fact that the homeless population is opening up to us and sharing with us what's going on with them. And I can't tell you how valuable that is to have them trust us to tell us what's going on. So that's where we're basically at right now. You guys have any questions?
We certainly do appreciate all the hard work that you're doing, and the office and your social workers. But I did want to follow up on the situation over at the global dorms and what exactly is going to happen to the global dorms once we're out of this public health emergency. We had Ray Tapasyan earlier this week, and he's also with your group, and he was saying that no, it's going to remain open. Is that in fact the case? It's going to be a permanent homeless shelter?
Okay, well, I'm glad that you got to talk to Ray Tapasyan over there. In fact, I have a meeting with him later on this morning to talk further about some of the strategies to get people into permanent housing. That's the goal. As you know, Guam has received some vouchers for permanent housing, and those vouchers, they're being vetted now, and if the people at Global are eligible or not for them has not been, I'm sure there'll be some, but I can't say that there's 100 and some 50 some people that are up there right now. If any or all of them will be eligible, that's where GURA comes in. They have to make those decisions based on the regulations and the eligibility requirements. So that's going to be in their court. But in the meantime, I will tell you that nobody's going to get thrown out in the streets because we're in PCOR 4. What we're going to do is find as much as or as quickly as possible ways to fast track them, which is part of the multidisciplinary team's goal, is to identify what is it that needs to be done so that they get into safe permanent housing as soon as possible. So we're working on that, and hopefully in another week or two, we're going to see people exiting that are going into permanent housing. That's what we would like to see in the next couple of weeks, is some of those families that are in Global Dorm and have been there for a while, and certainly before school starts, right?
Yeah.
We want to get kids in a home where they feel safe and it's a stable place, that they won't feel like they're going to go from place to place. That's one of the most disruptive things in a child's life, is moving from house to house and community or village to village, right? And they can't establish the relationships with their peers and be focused on their schoolwork. And so we don't want to have that going on. So
but Sarah, so if the public health emergency is lifted, will Global Dorm still be open as a homeless shelter?
Okay, my understanding it is. We do have a Department of Interior grant that's being vetted right now, and that grant would provide for a permanent emergency shelter facility. So that's being worked on now. And if it's going to mean moving, we're still trying to grapple with, you know, the different things. There's a lot of moving parts. We're trying to get people out into permanent housing, which could be, you know, GURA housing or other housing. And at the same time, we've got this emergency shelter, permanent emergency shelter that's being overseen at the front office from the Department of Interior. So with those two things, plus any other alternative strategies we have, we're gonna, you know, I think we should see some great movement. We should see some action in the next couple of weeks. I think it has the work that's been done is building up to us seeing some changes where people are going to be exiting into permanent housing in the next couple of weeks. So let's just, you know, keep the prayers and the good thoughts going here, and the positive energy, so that these things get worked out. And all those people that are working with all the bureaucracies, you know, all these challenges, because there are always challenges, that we can get over them so we can get our people into safe permanent housing as soon as possible.
So is this this DOI grant that you're referring to, is this what's being used to fund this this other shelter that you guys are looking at in Tamuning? Because according to Ray, when he was on earlier this week, he was mentioning that there's a possibility of another shelter opening, and he said in the village of Tamuning, and there were some issues with flood insurance or flood mitigation, something to that extent.
Yeah. So I'm gonna find out a little bit more about that, because like I said, there's just so many moving parts and just different people taking the leadership to get different programs going. So we're constantly, you know, trying to work around all of those things. The DOI funded shelter may be in another place. So how about I see you guys next week? I'll be faithful giving you updates, because there's so many things going on, and I want you to know what's happening. And I want our community to know what's going on, you know. And of course, the one thing I would say to everyone that's listening out there is, please do everything you can to be patient and loving to your family. And if there are any disputes, or, you know, seek help and support so that you stay together. And we don't want to see people feel like they can't stay home or be with their family. Let's find those ways and means, which is really who we are as a people, and our keeping our families close. And surely some of them, some people may be quite difficult. So reach out and get help, because help is really here. We've got a lot of great professionals that are geared up to help support our families. And OHAP is here to make sure that the programs and policies are in place, and that we advocate for our people to access services. So people are having a problem, you know, let us know that. And, you know, as I said, we're starting to get our office together, and prayerfully we're going to even have a landline. But in the meantime, they can leave a message at the governor's office or even at Global Dorms, and I will certainly get back to them if they see that things are not happening in the way that they think it should. But let's do this together, people. We've gone through worse things, and this is just one of those challenges to show the resiliency and the strength of our people. So love your family, try to keep them home and intact, and access them to services. That would really be a key. Thank you.
And you know what, everybody, please send some prayers up for Sarah and her team, because they've got just a monumental problem trying to solve ahead. And what she's very articulated very, very well here today is just how complex it is to deal with so many people who don't have permanent housing in a variety of situations and everything like that. So Sarah, you know, like our thoughts and our prayers continue to be with you, you know, as you continue this good work that you're doing. So thank you for your time.
Stay well, you guys.
All right, we'll talk to you before Liberation Day for sure.
Okay,
Sarah.
I'm here for you.
All right, just have a
Take
good
care.
day. All right, Sarah Thomas. You know, it's also worth pointing out, Bree, that I like those words that she had in the end about, if you're experiencing some, rough time within your family, do what you can to like stay together. And that's actually drawing on her experience as executive director of Sanctuary from many, many years ago. And, just seeing inner turmoil within a home and people just saying, oh, well, I'm going to walk, or get out, or I'm going to leave and everything. So many different, types of situations, everything. Well, she's very well versed when it comes to that, but she's just saying, stay together. And I mean, it's so heartbreaking, and you and I have seen this when we've gone out and done stories, especially when people without a home have children, and just whether they're asking for donations on the side of the road or in the median, and you just see like a little kid or a teenager with them. They may be sitting there underneath an umbrella or a tree trying to get out of the shade, like munching on a candy bar or something, because that's all they have. I mean, it's so unbelievably heartbreaking.
Yeah, she's always been in the trenches, helping people who are less fortunate and helping people who are in trouble. And so
she cares. And she's a grinder.
Yes, she is. Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of grinders, you know what? We do need to do sports.
Yeah.
So let's go to Dave Delgado.
Sports League brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The U17 Select Women's team representing Guam in San Diego gained some quality time on the pitch. Team Guam played up in the tournament, competing in the U18 division. Guam's age range for the competition was 12 to 16 years old.
It's a very new environment. Like, I've never stayed at some place where you train and you live in the same facility. So it's cool because you get to be around other athletes, and it's not just soccer, one sport, and there's like many different age groups and many different sports all training in one facility.
I feel like since we're rooming together and all that, it builds trust, and also just like the vibes are up and the energy as well. And we can basically get through anything here at Cali. Going against some older girls, and it's hard, but it's like a fun hard, like challenging in a way that we can get creative and just try and do our best no matter what.
So I feel like their playing style here is way different from what we learned back home. Like, they're more physical. They rely more on, like, it's a more physical game than back home, where it's more skill. And I think the height plays a big part in it too. Out here, there's a lot of tall players, and we're not really used to going up against taller opponents. So that was also interesting to work with.
The 15th Copa Del Mar Sharks Invitational Tournament was played at the San Diego Polo Fields. The U17 Select team played to a 2-2 draw in their opening game and lost their second match 3-0.
On past trips, we've gone to different countries in Asia, but we've never really gone to anywhere in the United States. And it's cool seeing how different cultures play. And at the end of the day, it's soccer, but it's different styles of soccer. And so expanding that horizon where, like, one team plays more physical, one team plays more dependent on skills, passes. It's good to expand that and, be able to play whatever.
Guam Football Association Technical Director Sang-Hoon Kim and head coach Derek Cruz led the staff on the trip to the West Coast.
It pushes us harder to run as fast as they can, pass as good as they can. And so in the end, it just allows us to be a better team.
Sang-Hoon Kim says he hopes all the players use this opportunity to assess the next steps in their development compared to their peers in the U.S., as well as to start thinking about their plans after high school and how consistent football development may help them achieve their goals.
I want to thank GFA for just giving us this opportunity, because without them, we wouldn't be able to be here right now, without them organizing it, and with the staff and the coaches just putting the time in to help us improve all as a team and as players and as individuals. And I also want to thank my grandma back home for supporting me through all this and staying up late at night to watch me play.
I would also like to thank GFA just for how they put this all together just for us and as a team. It means a lot, and how we just ultimately go from this and what's like for us to think what's next. And I would also like to thank my mom for flying all the way out here with me, and also my grandma for flying across the country just to watch me and my sister play, and for my dad that is watching across the country and keeping up with all the matches.
The UOG baseball program is looking for potential players to fill their roster. Players looking to further their education at the university and still be able to play ball are encouraged to come out.
Well, we have tryouts the first week of August. That we're trying to get the baseball team. Like I said, we got 6 sports going for UOG athletics in the fall, and we got all sports having tryouts the first week of August, and we hopefully will have record numbers is what we're hoping for, but hopefully we'll have at least enough numbers that we can play 6 sports and give the students at UOG the opportunity to participate in varsity athletics and learn teamwork, leadership skills, and the things that athletics is supposed to teach kids.
Interested players should come out to the GW baseball field the next 2 Saturdays. The free clinic will run from 9 to 11:30 in the morning. Assistant coach Sean Cruz is hoping athletes take advantage of this opportunity to play varsity sports and get an education.
One of the things I've always wanted to do is give back to especially our younger guys. Guam's full of hidden talent. A lot of kids are used to finishing high school, maybe going right into working a full-time job or even part-time jobs. Not many really see that college aspect or that varsity athletic aspect. So what we're trying to do is trying to give them another opportunity to try and pursue those goals, right, and also get an education out of it.
Athletes start the morning off with stretches, throwing, and ease into some fielding drills. The coaches help them out with their mechanics and how to be more proficient.
Coaching staff is great. I like it. Yeah, I've learned a lot. I mostly play outfield, so that's really helped whenever I'm learning how to do ground balls, pop flies, catch with 2 hands, everything like that. I'm going to be a senior, so it's my last year to really show off, do what I can to prove to colleges, hopefully get some people looking at me.
It's definitely a good idea to come out here if you wanted to play baseball, if you have played baseball, if you just want to come out, try it, see how it is, maybe home in your skills. It's a good thing to do. It really is fun. Again, the drills, they're really great. So I'd highly suggest coming out here.
For those interested in coming out, can call the UOG Athletic Department or check out the UOG Facebook page.
Everything here is new, like the drills, and I get to learn new basic things about baseball. Yeah, it is fun, and it's a good opportunity to train with real coaches. I came here, I wanted, right after high school, I want to join the UOG and continue with my baseball. But I would recommend people to come and join. It's a good opportunity for young kids like us.
With the Olympic Games right around the corner, the combined coverage of the Tokyo Olympics across the networks and digital properties of NBC mark the biggest media event ever, and KUAM TV8 will be a major source of the best in sports competition from around the world beginning next week. Kickoff with the live opening ceremony on Friday, July 23rd at 8:55 p.m. KUAM TV8. We have nonstop coverage up until August 9th. You can get full detailed schedules on KUAM.com and also visit NBCOlympics.com for more than 5,500 hours of live event competition from all 41 sports, 339 medal events, plus streaming of the opening and closing ceremonies, extensive video highlights, Team Guam stories, and local schedules from KUAM and cable networks carrying respective events. The Father Dueñas Alumni Basketball Tournament is back at the Jungle. This year's tournament is presented by Class of 2011. 27 teams are happy to be back after missing the competition last year because of COVID. Games will take place every day. Start time for weekday games Monday through Friday is 6 p.m. and start time for weekend games Saturday and Sunday is 11 in the morning. The Alumni Basketball Tournament playoffs will begin on Monday, July 19th. General admission is $10 for individuals 18 years and older, $5 for ages 13 to 17, and free admission for kids 12 years and under. Season passes start at $45 for individuals 18 years or older and $25 for ages 13 to 17. Alumni and tournament participants get in for free. Games for tonight, 91-92 takes on 96-97 as we speak. At 7:10, it's 2011 versus 98 2000, and at 8:20, class of 2008 will be taking on class of 2009. 4 Guam swimmers traveled to Houston, Texas last week to train and compete in the SSAN Long Course Championships, along with over 220 swimmers for a 3-day long meet held July 9th through the 11th. Swimmers 14 years and under competed in 16 individual events and multiple relays in the USA Swimming affiliated meet. 14-year-old Izzy Poppy advanced to the finals in the boys 13 to 14 age group 200-meter individual medley and secured the third place spot with a time of 2:24.21. After taking the top spot in the girls 13 to 14 age group 50-meter butterfly preliminary heat, 13-year-old Mia Lee continued on to the event finals, clinching a bronze medal with a time of 31:74. 13-year-old Kiana Santos took second place in her 400-meter freestyle heat at 5:33.39, advancing to the finals in the girls 13 to 14 age group 50-meter backstroke at 38.68 and went on to secure the first place finish in the girls 13 to 14 age group in the 800-meter freestyle with a time of 11:22.84. The youngest Guam swimmer of the group, Nanahi Lee, 7 years old, competed in the 10 and under division, swimming in the 50-meter freestyle, 100-meter freestyle, and the 50-meter breaststroke events. After over 8,000 miles of travel and only a few days of training, we're very proud of our swimmers and the results of this weekend's meet. In addition to challenges with COVID-19 and training without a long course pool, our athletes continue to show grit and their commitment to the sport, said Coach Andy Lee of Manhoban Swim Club. We are grateful for this opportunity to join Manhoban alumni Mike and Shane McCauley to train with Premier Aquatics Club of Clean Pack here in Houston. Basketball players on the island will get back onto the court this Saturday when the 2021 KFC Youth Basketball Circuit tips off. Divisions for the tournament will include 8 and under co-ed, 10 and under co-ed, 12 and under co-ed, 14 under, 16 under, and 18 and under for boys and girls. This tournament will kick off a series of youth basketball tournaments for the summer. GBC Secretary General Frank Cruz says after being in lockdown pandemic for a year and a half, our basketball players are super excited to run up and down the courts again. I'm sure that parents are also excited to cheer for them. As the GBC Secretary General, we want to see the future of Guam basketball and be part of their development. We understand that the need to invest in our youth for success of our national program. Games will be played at the Gigo Gym and the National Training Center in Teasan. Games for the tournament will be played with some modified rules to help develop the younger players. GBC President E.J. Calvo says, we are excited to organize youth basketball competition this summer and help coaches and clubs provide a positive outlet for kids. We are also focused on working with clubs to develop Guam's future talent and inspire our community through the sport. Special thanks to KFC for sponsoring this summer's youth basketball circuit. Proceeds generated from the operations of this summer's tournaments will directly benefit the Guam National U17 team as they prepare to travel to the FIBA Oceania Championships in Samoa in December. Frank Cruz added from the sponsorship side, we are happy to sponsor the first U8 to U18 Youth League since the shutdown and glad to be part of the reopening of our Island Basketball League. In bowling news, Aaron Elliott defeated Daryl Scott 209 to 202 for the King of the Lanes monthly title. Elliott claimed his second title of the year along with a perfect 300 game he registered earlier in the month. Jeremy Leal claimed the Prince of the Lanes division title 179 to 176 over 6 seed Gomez Martinez. Leal entered the match as the number 2 seed. The next King and Prince of the Lanes will be held on Sunday, August 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon at the Central Lanes Bowling Center.
Sports League brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
All right, thank you so much, Double D. Yes, Sports League brought to you by Pure Alkaline Water and also Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Sendaiwa and Echo Store, Superstore. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. You can visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barrigada along Army Drive between Submarina and Vesta Market. You can call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. And now we're back with the show with Jason. Take it away.
All right, and shout out to our guy Victoria's just jumped behind the the board. How you doing, man?
Good. Been a minute.
Yeah, good to see you. Chris does have some family business to take care of. He's okay, but no emergency or anything like that. He's got daddy duty, so Vic is jumping in for the latter half of the show. Good to have you here, bro.
Oh, thanks, man.
And good to have you here, members of our community and Link fam, because we have got a promotion going on. It's Fill the Bus. Now, notice how we titled that. Not just get on the bus, not just appreciate the bus, not just watch the bus, fill the bus. It's a direct call to action, and we are working with our friends at the Salvation Army. Captains Carrie and Eric Rudd join me right now in the Zoom room. Half a day to you both. Always good to see you.
Half a day.
All right, we are all in with this. I cannot tell you how much each and every one of the members of the KUM Care Force has said, we got the press release, we wrote the press release basically, and we knew what we were doing with you guys, and we're like, we are going to get this done. This is not just, something that we're doing for goodwill and everything. We really want to make sure we outfit all of Guam's needy children with proper school supplies to equip them to be successful and to be the best they can be. And you guys certainly are running point on this. So kind of like give an overview, Captain Carey, if you would, of how this came about and how desperate the need is.
Well, last year we were able to provide 250 filled stuffed backpacks to children that were in need, and we found that there were a lot more on island that were asking for them after we had run out. And so our goal this year is 500. We're about halfway there in that we have we have 500 backpacks already. So now what we need is the actual supplies to stuff them with. KUAM, Twinkle's Toys, Bank of Guam, Anderson Air Force Base, the LDS Church, and GTA have all been incredibly generous with their time, with their monies, with their resources, and I think we're going to make this actually happen.
That's our squad, as we say.
Yeah. And Kloppenberg Buses is the one that is actually giving us the bus for the 7th. Out at KUAM, and the idea being that from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. On August 7th, Saturday in Harmon, if you're around or you're at Cost You Less across the street, pick up a few things like college ruled papers, pens, pencils,
composition books,
folders, things that the kids need for their backpacks, and bring them on over, and we'll stuff the bus with them.
Stuff that bus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So see how that works, everybody. It's a really, really simple concept, but we fill the backpacks, which we then fill the bus with.
There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we are going to make sure that bus, Captains Eric and Carrie, are basically overflowing. We want to make sure that when people see the Kloppenberg bus rolling down the street and everything, like, wow, look at all those backpacks in there. That must be that thing that KUM and Anderson and Twinkles and GTA and Kloppenberg and the LDS Church and Salvation and Bank of Guam got on board with. And they're like, wow, we want people to take ownership of this too. They're like, I, in some part, made that happen.
Absolutely.
That's right.
We all have kids that are going back to school and are eager to maybe go back in person now. So I think it'll be a good thing to go back and show off your new backpack and be able to go and just learn in a way where you're not feeling like you're behind the eight ball.
Now, we weren't able to do it this year because of time constraints, but next year what we want to do is we want to have a back to school event at our place in Teason. And so where we have like book drives and uniform drives and booths, and so that when the folks come to pick up their backpacks, they're able to actually be resourced otherwise as well.
Count us in. First man up. Yeah, please. Well, we're so there.
You guys are always so supportive.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
But I think the kids will be just really blessed this year. There's something about sending a kid back to school with all the supplies that they need in a brand new backpack. It makes them feel ready and set, and that they can just conquer the world.
Yeah, so I love how you brought that up again, Captain Carey, because Captain Eric, you shared that the last time we spoke too about, it's not just the physical or the literal gear and equipment that a child can use to go and be productive in school and everything like that. There's a sense of ownership again. There's a sense of pride, and it's like, hey, I'm as equipped as everybody else. to do this, and this is something that I'm going to use, and then I can be my best. And that they walk around, they hold themselves high, they puff out their chest, and they're like, bring it on, school.
Absolutely.
Give me that homework, please. Give me an assignment.
Yeah. No, it elevates their whole experience, and it gives them just that extra, I don't know, just a little push of encouragement, and the fact that they can go and be like everybody else, and no one has to know that they might be financially strapped a little bit, but that's not going to hold anybody back. We're gonna succeed together as a community. So thank you guys.
Yeah. So again, it's going to be held here in Harmon, and I love how you guys said that. Right across the street are our friends at Cost-U-Less and everything like that. We've got this wonderful crosswalk. You can cross the street safely. Our friends at Cost-U-Less are going to make sure you have a safe, happy, quick, rapid shopping experience and everything like that. Pick up something for the kids and bring it over to here. We will gladly help you out like a KUM. And we also want to mention that there's also a need for toiletries and some of the items that you stock in your food pantry as well.
Yes, absolutely. We are constantly in need for the food pantry because we're constantly giving out with the food pantry. So whether that's canned goods, but most especially we need toiletries. So whether it's feminine hygiene or diapers or formula, these high ticket items are hard to come by for the families that we serve. And so they're just really grateful when they're able to receive them through the food pantry.
If you see an extra shaving cream or deodorant or shampoo or something on sale, pick another one up and think about us.
There you go. Or again, like our friends over at Cost-U-Less, they sell like the 6-pack. You just took care of 6 members of our community.
There you go.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah.
Or one person for maybe 6 years. However you decide to distribute it.
Hey, however you want to look at it.
Someone with more hair than me, that's for sure. Yeah.
And I do want to shine light in the fact that like we've done some stories with you guys, and you guys have been nice enough to let us inside the food pantry. And I said, you guys keep like a well-stocked supply, but the thing everybody out there has to realize is it's not just when we have a storm or an earthquake or a pandemic and everything. You keep your shelves, you've got some inventory there. That stuff flies off the shelf. So I mean, like, you could technically have a healthy inventory and everything like that. It may be all be gone in like a matter of hours.
Exactly.
Hundreds of people come and utilize the food pantry every week, and so it is a constant flow of things coming through.
So that's why we're constantly asking for things for our food pantry, because we got people coming every day.
Yeah. Okay. And also, I just want to ask because we've talked to John Fernandez, the superintendent of GDOE and everything, and they said that they've got federal funds to provide personal protective equipment, the very famous PPE, the masks, the gloves, the hand sanitizers, and everything like that. If people would like to donate those items to stock the bags, can they do that as well?
Absolutely. That would be great.
Yeah, because even though there are federal funds for that, that doesn't mean that there's an unlimited supply. So if people want to get like those little personal size things of hand sanitizer and everything, a kid is really gonna certainly appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the ones to throw in your backpack there and be ready to go.
All right, so again, everybody, that is you can drop off your supplies to our studios here in Harmon across from Cost-U-Less. So go check out our friends. Contribute to the Guam economy and then help us out too. 9 to 5, 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon until Friday, August 6th. And our festive finale is going to be held 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we will fill the bus. It says here on the press release, I got it right now on my tablet, it says we'll be attempting to. I'm just claiming it right now. We're going to get that thing filled.
I love that.
By hook or by crook, like they said. We're taking care of our community right here, and certainly we're happy that you guys are running point on this.
Thank you so much for your support and continued partnership. You guys are a blessing to our community.
Absolutely. I just thought about something, you guys. This is technically the first time, right? The first like official semi-normal Liberation Day that the two of you will be spending with us, right?
Yes, but we're still having our parade on TV. Is that right?
Yeah, there's going to be a parade on TV, like our friends at KGTF are taking care of that. And there's going to be, you guys don't want to miss the fireworks and drone show that we got planned for you guys. We're working with, you guys, we're going to carry it. We're going to have the live stream. We're going to show it on Channel 8 and everything. You mind blown.
Okay.
So
trust me on that.
Does this mean that I need to bring my fork so I can go to all the different fiestas? Or is that not yet?
We'll get there one point.
Not
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah. Yeah. That's mission number 2. First thing, we're going to get this bus filled. Second of all, we'll work on the fiestas.
There you go.
Yeah, but we'll catch up with you guys after. And happy Liberation Day to the two of you. We're glad that you guys are now part of our our island community family that you can celebrate with us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You
so
too.
much.
All right. Have a fantastic weekend. We'll talk to you guys next week.
All
and,
right. Bye-bye.
and we will talk to you guys when the link continues right here on KUAM. Please stay tuned.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
9:19 in the morning. You're still jamming into the link here with the crew. Of course, Sabrina Salas, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, myself filling in for the one, the only Chris Malfunction, and we're back.
All right.
We certainly are. Thanks, Vic, for coming in.
I always, like to jump on, just hang around with the team in the morning. I miss those.
Yeah.
So good
Well,
times.
we miss having you. And you know what? How many years have you been on Guam now? Has it been 12?
Almost 10.
10. Okay.
Yeah. Crazy.
How important is Liberation Day to you now that you're able to celebrate with us and like the I guess we could say the previous 8 Liberation Days that you've had here.
I think it makes me feel like I'm part of the community. I think it's such an amazing feel to go out there to see the Guam celebrate a day that's very important to them because the day that they were liberated by from the Japanese, and to see how the emotions and the faces of people who go there every single day, and to see them celebrate something, I think to me it makes me feel like I'm celebrating with them, and I see a lot of the FSM community come out. I remember one year when I was here, the FSM Association was in the parade, and I remember my brother had to jump in because they needed a filler to hold the flag, so my brother jumped in and he went he just had the loincloth.
Man.
I know, right?
To bear the flag?
Yeah, so he was. I think
Was
he
it
was
the flag of Yap?
Yeah, the Yap,
Of
the
Yap,
Yap
okay.
flag. Yeah, so they asked and they were like, "Oh no, we'll take the brother." I'm like, "Wow, I could have been in that parade." So I just ended up walking the.
That is an incredible honor because I was in ROTC for 4 years in high school, right? And for 3 of those 4 years and everything, I actually got to march in the parade with the color guard. And one of those years, I actually got, and the same way your brother did, I actually got to bear the Guam flag. And maybe when I was younger and I was just like stupid, I was like, okay, well, like this is cool and everything. Looking back on it now, I was like, man, what an incredible honor to bear literally the colors and the flag of the place I'm from, and be able to march with that on a day with so much reverence and so cherished by our community.
I know.
For me, it's always been such an honor to be able to sit down and talk with survivors and hearing their stories and sharing their stories. And it's always emotional every time that I've gone to Menengan and the memorial they have every year. I mean, I think it was canceled last year, and this year it was scaled back because of, for obvious reasons with COVID and limits on capacity. But you know, every year it just gets so, I get so emotional about Liberation because you really think back of what, you know, they must have gone through back during the war and the occupation and all of the death and the sickness. But, you know, it's just really an emotional time. But it's also a time to celebrate. And so at the end of the day, the end of the evening on Liberation, we hope that you'll join us at 7:30 p.m. as we do have our Liberation, you know, finale extravaganza, if you will. That evening, we're carrying it on KUAM TV8 from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. So we're going to hear from, you know, the governor with her remarks, just what we've gone through with COVID, and we'll be announcing the winner for the grand finale winner of the Vaccine Win program.
The sixth and final winner of the $10,000 and
the car.
And
also be hearing from some of our friends off island that are commemorating and celebrating Liberation in the mainland, and also hear from our National Guard soldiers. But we're also going to be streaming and broadcasting the first ever drone show. We're partnering with GVB and the governor's office to stream and broadcast this. And there's also the fireworks show. So this drone show's at 8, and the fireworks show is at 8:15.
And it is going to, I mean, it's really going to blow you guys away. I mean, if you guys want like a sneak peek, because Guam's drone show is going to be like distinctly Guam. You're going to see, you know, the music, the lights, the formations, and everything like that. You know, I mean, you're going to get it if you're from here, and if you live here, like Joe Sir, like Vic, you know, if you've made this your home and everything like that. But if you want a sneak peek, just Google drone show, and trust me, you're gonna want to spoil air quotes like this for yourself in a little bit, because these things are incredible.
Oh yeah,
I would okay. Well, I was gonna say I'd love to be part of the programming for this, but Vic, you are a drone pilot.
Yeah, I mean, I have one, and imagine 200 or 500 of those things up in the air, you know, and how, like the programming of it, the setting up of these things. I watched a TikTok once of a company who does these drone shows, and they set up in fields as big as the Aston field, you know.
Yeah.
They lay it down, they prep it, and then boom, they send it off, and I'm like, wow. Technology, wow.
Right. So
Just
again,
wow.
yeah, that's at 8 p.m. the drone show. And just so you should know that the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial EPAL Beach Park in Tumont is going to be closed that night. But the drone light show, it can be seen anywhere along Tumont Bay. So again, following the drone show, there's going to be 3 synchronized fireworks launches from Oka Point at the Old Hospital, the Hagåtña Boat Basin, and a barge off Molesso Pier at 8:15 p.m. And the theme music will accompany the drone light and fireworks shows. You can hear it right here on 93.9 The Breeze. And also, if you miss the drone show debut on Liberation Night, you can catch another showing from the village of Molesso on Thursday, the 22nd, also at 8 p.m. And keep in mind, there's no fireworks. That's going to be the night after Liberation. It's just the drone show in Maritzo. And the follow-up show will be facing the Molesso mountainside toward Mount Schroeder, and will be visible in parts of Molesso and Umatic.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow. Can't wait.
All right. Let's go into some news, our Chamorro News Roundup with Kin Concepcion.
Buenas tardes to get some to be finito morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Imatakin na pegno si Junior Sketch sa puntal di orto na bagao. Ana mamaisan si William Poe para madispensa para obligasyon nga gi orto na kausa. Kasi 4 esta man maapunta na bagao para si Sketch sa maniwa gi kausaw niya. Ikoti sa maseri Emotion Poe sa mapunta ya bagao Jerry Ola. Todi do sa opisina ni U.S. Attorney sa ni dumifefendi si Sket, masangan na distipago ti marisisibi report autopsy para biktima ni Mapuno. Masayasta munazan para mes na temputati. Si Sket zan si Rudy Kinata sa masod ni Idos, na siya umanya zan pumuno iginin mahod umatak si Daniel Sanchez. Masoday tataw na si Sanchez na magaluti sa masesi gigama Kinata. Todi dos mapafana in atakin murder ni permit grado na felony, san aggravated assault no mina segundo grado na felony. Yuvasin na niradara bagarungguan sa Matinas motion para masipara ikaw sa niya idos. Ikoti sa siyempre madesidia doon na motion, gimamayla na hearing gidya 20 Hulyo. Otro asunto, iet na insurance salud para gobyerno tungguan sa tisiya esta sumistete niya doon na kontrata. Departamento ng Administrasyon, masanga na kompanya sa tiya sa miti bid para ortusakan fisco, ni umadza ni minalagoy RFP. In lugar dos na ginensiya mo mananya insurance para gobernamento, i-take care sa ikaw select care sa manufacturer kinubrin insurance para empleo ni gobernamentong guahan. News release sa Departamento ng Administrasyon masangan na magahaga Luliong Guerrero Magic Companion Insurance. Siguro na recommenda ni Gulf of Guam negotiating team. Iplano niya take care masoda na gwisa mas barato than mas beneficyo na non-exclusive health insurance para medical benefits sa ni retirement supplemento na plano siya. Iselect care sa kwalifika para di non-exclusive health insurance plan sa ni exclusive health insurance plan para foster care na famaguan sa ni self-funded dental plan para gobernamento. I-open enrollment sa matutuhang gidya 1 September. I-plan year sa matutuhon gidya 1 Oktubre. Gimas, hagas manangga sa na tempo ni manhano 53 na sudidano ni FSM tatig sa panpe giagan webis. I-FSM Council Teresa Philippin asangani KUM News na sa manhano sa matutunin sa Argentina gidya 8 Hulyo. Mas kaso otro na repatriation flight para Lunes dia 18 Hulyo. 18 mas na sudidano ni FSM sa Profanggupo tatig itano niya Crossray. Matutunin ka ng Argentina niya gidya 12 Hulyo. Ilang si Philippine na ni na posible repatriation ani gobernamento ng Estados Unidos man naig grant ani man requesta para humanitarian assistance flight diste Guam esta Guatigi FSM. Yuto mo na sunto ni KUM News para pag na business, makonfirma ni KUM News na Port Authority of Guam sa man hire nuevo na Assistant Port Police Chief. General Manager para report si Rory Ruspicio, asangan na kandidato sa ganato di kunalafika, desta marikonosi todo dyan maiksi may kapasidad niya. Si Jesse Mendiola sa tutunin nuevo na posisyon na gi-report gi-Lunes. Si Mendiola sa Guiza Director di Mariana Fusion Center. Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense na spokeswoman si Jenna Gamindi Blas, akumpirma na sa Miti si Mendiola is on a resignation guihi na posisyon dahil ito muna diha guihi sa Domingo. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa moro sa prendisenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Darrow, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
All right, thank you so much, Uncle Ken, and we're back with the last half of The Link with the crew here, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, myself, Victorious. All right, guys, exciting last bit of it here.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
And it's all you.
I know.
It's all you, boo.
I realized it.
we are going to talk, well, specifically, Vic is going to talk about food in just a little bit, but we also want to say congratulations to Coach 360 in Mighty as they are the inaugural winner of our Uno Go office party giveaway.
Party.
Yeah, Rachel actually put in her entry, and she DM'd Uno Go and said this is who I am, this is where I work, and this is where we are. So Uno Go is going to shuttle. They're going to deliver a hearty, complete lunch for Rachel and 14 of her coworkers. Nicole. I'm sorry. Oh, Nicole Rickenna. Okay, Nicole. Everybody's like,
good
Rachel,
save, Joe.
Good
Yeah,
okay.
thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, save the day.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, Nicole. So Nicole Rickenna and her colleagues at Coast 360 are going to have a really, really good lunch, courtesy of Lone Star Steakhouse and delivered by Uno Go. So we hope you guys have an amazing lunch. Send us pictures. Send us pics, please.
Talk about lunch on me.
Yeah.
Right.
We totally want to see how you guys eat that.
And speaking of lunch, thanks, Vic. You and Ty took one for the team. I know it was a hard, assignment for you guys.
It was so hard. I mean, being in this competition here at KUAM.
Yeah, it sucks to be you.
And then being thrown into something like that. We're like, you know what? We're doing it for the team. We'll just, call it a cheat day. Why not? We didn't cheat for all this time.
You're
I'm
on
just
a meal
kidding.
plan, right?
These two, they're in that competition, the office competition, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're amongst the group.
And so that being said, you guys being on this meal plan, trying to lose weight, get the prize money of the pot we've all put together.
A big pot. Talking about a big pot.
You and Ty actually sat in for Feed Me Fridays, and And okay, so we asked a question on Instagram, right? We had a poll and we said, should they eat a chicken meal or should they eat at Ruby Tuesday the triple prime burger with bacon? Wow. Overwhelming landslide victory.
Yeah, thank you guys for the vote. Should have put in salad in there or something.
So you guys told Vic what to eat, and Vic and I
we did it.
Did as you wished.
Wow.
You guys did it. All right, let's check it out. Feed Me Fridays.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
Hey guys, and we're back with another episode of Feed Me Fridays.
Yeah.
And we're here at Ruby Tuesday, and I'm here with the one, the only Tyler Matani, or we used to say Vic and Ty.
Yeah, Morning Brew crew here. Not morning though.
No.
It's afternoon, which is why we are going heavy for our meals today.
I'm ready.
We've got the triple prime bacon cheddar burger. Ruby Tuesdays, special place in my heart, by the way.
I know. You talked about that before, we jumped in here. Let's talk about that real
Yeah, used to come here a lot with my Nana and Tata. Always got the sliders.
Aww.
She loved the sliders. And I remember this is also where I first fell in love with spinach artichoke dip, zucchini pasta. That was another thing. Oh my God, like the list goes on and on. A lot of people come here for the salad bars. We talked about that before.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. I mean, they just, drop by, and I think, that's one of the things that you just, come in, you get your salad, sit down, chow down, have some greens before you wait for that, either a steak or a burger like we got here, so it's such an awesome place to be at, especially for lunch.
Yeah, and I have to say, they set us up victorious.
Yeah. Let's talk about that real quick. I mean, everybody knows if you follow anybody on KUAM, there are a few of us at KUAM that are on this challenge. It's a weight loss challenge, and we are a part of that. And for some reason, I got the text like, "Hey, can you do Feed Me Fridays?" I'm like,
it's like I love food, of course. I didn't know that we were gonna do a triple prime bacon cheddar burger. So this thing is comprised of 3 different cuts. There's tenderloin, sirloin, ribeye. Now, of course, you get your choice of sides. They brought out the sweet potato fries for us. That one's one of their special sides.
It's always good. And when I've always, stopped by Ruby Tuesdays, I always get their sweet potato fries. It's just, it hits the spot. I mean, of course, you have your traditional fries, and everybody loves that. But once in a while, you gotta switch it up and go sweet potato fries. And they do. So you can order this. I think it's $1 extra to add it onto your plate. But it's still amazing.
I did steal one of your fries when you weren't looking, by the way.
What?
I couldn't help myself.
I knew it.
But
I counted all.
I did balance it out a bit to make it a little less guilty. I'm not gonna do fries. I'm doing some zucchini over here. I love, love, love zucchini. I will be stealing some of Vic's fries, however.
I might have a little zucchini, just like you said, to balance things out. But yeah, wow, that's amazing. That's crazy.
Okay, I want to dissect this thing a bit because it smelled so, so good when they brought it out. Of course, we got our bacon, a bunch of bacon, cheese. You got your triple burger meat right there, some pickles, lettuce, all the good stuff that you find in a delicious burger. They've got it here, and it looks so juicy. My mouth is watering now.
Yeah, your mouth and
swallow my saliva.
Burgers are watery, and it's all dripping. And I think that's what people want to see in a burger. When you're presented a burger, you want to see it all puffed out and all all that the dressing and all of that extra things is kind of dripping down the burger. I think that's what people want to see.
Okay, let's stop chit-chatting. Let's finally get into this. But I do want a knife. Can I get a knife so I can just show the cross section of this thing?
Oh, let's call for it.
It looks like a nice thick cut of burger meat.
I want to ask, are you the type that cuts the burger or goes just like
I usually just go all in, but honestly,
you're doing this for the people.
For the people, but also with the weight loss thing that we have going on right now, I want to see if I can put some limit on myself in some way. Let's just do half because we are going to be doing a dessert after this.
Ooh, and just that. Talk about that as well. It's going to be a crazy one.
Not just any kind of dessert. What is the #1 ingredient that works with any food that just makes it absolutely delicious?
Butter.
Butter.
It just makes things flow smooth.
So we're going to be getting a...
Sorry, I just got excited.
We're going to be getting a crusted butter cake. And they get this brought in from Frostbite, so locally made by Frostbite. brought in specially for Ruby Tuesdays. So without further
You know,
ado,
just a little to put it out there to our coach Chubby, if you're watching this, yes, we went to the future. This is way past after the competition, and then we're gonna come back into the competition. So if you're watching this, Chubby, you're watching the future.
ooh, man.
Oh my,
I'm gonna-
my, look at this. Oh,
Ooh, medium
it even has
rare,
some juice.
juicy. Yes. Medium rare, just how I like it. I don't know if we can see that.
That's
I don't know about
crazy.
you. I'm gonna stop
They have the
talking.
lettuce on the bottom though. Usually you have the lettuce on the top, but they wanted that lettuce to just sit on the bottom while you, ooh. You go, girl. Well, you know what? I don't know. It's gonna go traditional, just like hungry man, you know, just jump in here and just get a bite. I think I should cut it, but you know what? Good boy. It's dripping everywhere.
You know that's how you know it's a good burger. When the juices are just flowing.
It's got pickle in there. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh man. Oh, I don't know what that sauce is. Damn, that's good.
Special.
I usually will take one of the breads off if there's no sauce or cheese on it. But in this case, because it is a juicy burger, I need it just to soak up some of it. So delicious. The color, the pink in there is just how I like my burger to be. Not falling apart,
No.
but so tender and juicy. Nice thick cut.
Wow. Talk about triple. Triple. All those 3 types of meats grinded into one burger.
It's magical.
But this is worse. This is crazier than a triple. You know, you talk about when I heard the word triple at the beginning, I was like,
3
oh, triple
patties. I was like,
right?
oh my god.
But no, it's just like, no, we're gonna hit you with 1 patty, but all 3 inside. Ooh. Oh boy.
Oh, so absolutely
that.
delicious, dude. And we
should've cut
have
it.
some awesome Ruby
gonna cut it.
Tuesday drinks to wash it down with.
Yes, and you got the.
I got the peach lemonade. I like it. It's not just like a normal lemonade. They have a little bit of, I don't know, some kind of lemon lime soda in there. Nice and refreshing.
I got the mango tea, I think. And also, what I love is it has little bits of mango in there.
My lip got stuck on the straw. Because exactly as you said, there are fruit bits in here. So it kind of clogged my straw. And my lip got sucked into it.
It just gives it that natural
So delicious.
taste of whatever you like. You have peach, I got mango. This is perfect.
She
and
said
then to wash
she
it all
did.
down.
I'm gonna try some of the zucchini. I love me some zucchini. I didn't know zucchini pasta was a thing. This was
What?
I just spat.
Uh-oh.
This was years ago. I didn't know zucchini pasta was a thing until I came here to Ruby Tuesdays and I saw it on the menu and it was for another dish. But I think it was like a salmon Alfredo at the time or something like that. And I was like, oh my gosh, can I substitute this with the zucchini pasta? And they did it for me and
How is it?
I swear to you, Gemenenzoas. I've thought about that dish years later. Up until now. I don't know why I haven't come back to get it again. I just busy life, but you know what? We're here right now. And we're trying something new on their menu, so
Amen.
we're new for our
Yep, and let's talk about these fries real quick. I mean, sweet potato fries.
fluffy.
My God, crunchy on the outside and then nice and soft and sweet in the inside, like you would, of course, with a sweet potato fry. Oh boy. Man.
This thing's long too.
Yeah, hey, they don't give you that short, like, hey, we're just cutting it up these fries. No, we're kind of on a little shortage. No, they're like, yo, you want potato fries?
We're gonna give you potato
We'll give you a
fries.
long potato fries.
Absolutely delicious.
No, but it is, definitely. And it's crunchy. That crunch, too, gets me.
There is, you were talking about a poll that we had up on our feed earlier this week.
Guys, I got to shout it out to our KUAM News followers who always are with us every single day, every single
Interacting
second.
with us.
Exactly. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. So, we did a poll last week Friday. It was a Feed Me Fridays poll, viewer's choice. They asked the question, which one would you want? Bacon cheddar burger or the buffalo chicken burger? You ready? And the answer is the winner. Of course, 69% of people voted for the bacon cheese, bacon cheddar burger.
You know why? It's because the word bacon was in there.
I know.
Anytime you throw in bacon, it's like throwing in the word butter. And it's like, oh my God, that is what I want.
I think just bacon on anything just
They do
makes you
bacon
want to
donuts.
want it.
They do
Like
bacon
money,
donuts.
like I don't want that money. 'Cause it
Bacon
has
money.
I just made that. But you know, bacon on anything works. Like if you want to sell something to somebody, throw some bacon on there. You know, bacon this. Yeah, I'm like, I'll take that. I'll take 2 of that. Give me 2 of those.
I'm trying not to get completely stuffed because, like we said, we do have that crusted butter cake coming out, courtesy of Frostbite. They bring it in. Ruby Tuesday serves it up. You got that brown sugar crust, that glaze of caramel all over it. I can't wait to dig in.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna stop. Or else I'm just gonna keep going.
I'm gonna
Burger
eat
is
half.
delicious.
It is absolutely delicious. I'm gonna get some of these. Oops. I'm gonna get some of the sauce in here.
You got it, yeah, there you go.
Oh, Victorious, I hope you have your sweet tooth ready. I
It's
have
ready.
my water right beside me. Vic, you finished almost 2 glasses of your sweet tea, which, by the way, no
Yeah,
charge.
crazy.
Free refills on those.
Usually you go to places and they're like, oh no, we're gonna charge you an extra $1 for this and that, but they're like, no, we're gonna give you this amazing drink and you will just gonna keep refilling. Oh God.
Yeah. So the teas and lemonades, not only do they have free refills, but they also have a lot of flavors to choose from. So I got the peach lemonade, you got the mango tea.
Yeah,
You
so
went
good.
through like 2 cups of that
Yeah.
and your water.
I kept like signaling them like, next please. It was so good. And like it's so delicious, but at the same time, you know, I had to wash down
Yeah.
that triple prime bacon cheddar burger because OMG, brother, it's good.
Yeah. Well, we're about ready to wrap up this meal, but of course, we cannot leave without getting in
I know.
to this crusted butter cake.
Why don't you build me a crusty butter cake, yo, yo.
So they bring this in from Frostbite. And
it's so
again,
good.
I was really hoping that there was going to be ice cream, but of course I didn't say anything.
I think the manager, Kevin, kind of read your mind right when
Yeah.
we sat down. They're like, I think these two, I think they need something a little sweet to kind of close off the
Yeah. And it is a sweet deal. And speaking of another sweet deal, on Tuesdays, Ruby Tuesdays has their 2-for-1 Tuesdays.
Yes.
Now that is where you can get 2 entrees plus 1 dessert. Now the dessert varies on the day. They usually will tell you what the dessert is, but you get all of that
Yep.
for just $25.99.
That's a crazy deal.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about you and a friend, you know, kind of splitting the bill. This is, you know, so if you have that one guy that borrowed you $20 since last COVID, you know, this is where you get him back. He's like, hey, remember that $20 you owe me? Well, let's go to Ruby Tuesday. Let's get 2 and then get a dessert. So 2-for-1 Tuesdays, gotta check it out.
And we have the menu here. I just want to look at some of these because they are not going cheap on these deals. Okay,
Yeah.
we got a petite sirloin steak. There's the New Orleans seafood. New Orleans.
New Orleans. Some people say New Orleans. You know, people from there would say New Orleans, but you know, us in the islands say, oh, New Orleans, bro.
Then we got a half rack of ribs, chicken and broccoli pasta. I hope you're not planning on going back to work after that because I'm gonna tell you right now, food coma.
Just
Done.
call in. It's like, yo, sorry. So what had happened was, yeah.
Ruby
and then-
Tuesdays, 2-for-1. Let's dive into this.
Let's go. Ooh, oh, look at you.
Oh, that crustiness of the
All right,
I need a spoon.
Whoa.
Oh, there are spoons. Look at us doing this like we're amateurs.
What's this, amateur hour?
All right, I'm gonna just try
Oh.
it with the cake first. Ooh, nice and thick, dense on the inside.
It's nice and flaky. Okay. All right, let's go check out this butter cake.
My heart started racing.
Mm.
I got goosebumps. That's damn good.
Talk about a sweet tooth treat. This is it right here. Just a minute, whipped cream.
That
Yeah,
crust,
buddy.
that crust here, absolutely amazing.
Game over. Done, son. Mic drop. Whew. I'm just kidding. I'm going back in for more. Ooh.
This is not a TV bite. Don't look at me.
The captions are just saying, This is so good. That's how good it is. It's just. I love cakes, and this is one of those cakes that's just like,
The richness from that butter.
oh, so good.
And then you got the creaminess from the ice cream.
Yeah.
And it's still nice and warm too, so the temperatures together just
It just
melt
helps
in
me-
your
exactly.
mouth.
Ooh.
And I love that. This crust, it's nice and crispy. But when you dive into it, it's just
Look at that. Look at that. You would think that inside would
I
be
don't know
like
if you
super
can see that,
overcooked,
but-
but this is nice, fluffy, airy. I love it.
it's amazing.
Sorry, I watched too
Aw,
much Food
man.
Network.
I think this just set me back 5 weeks.
Like I said, Chubby, we are in the future. This is after the competition. Hopefully
I
we-
won, by the way.
Yeah, she shared it. We halved it. Wow. Bro.
I can't. I think we need to finish the rest of this off camera because it's about to get real.
Wow, Ty, Ruby Tuesday has got you from Monday all the way to Friday, from lunch and to dinner.
And speaking of Monday through Friday, 4 to 6, they got their happy hour going on.
Oh,
Take
yeah.
advantage of that. They're just doing deals on deals on deals here. So remember, you got that Tuesdays 2-for-1 special. You've
money.
got happy hour 4 to 6
Money.
every Monday through Friday. It doesn't get any better. You got that salad bar, so you know you can balance out. Get yourself that butter crusted cake, salad, right there.
That's how you do it. Ty, well, that pretty much wraps things up here. It's Feed Me Fridays.
Yes.
It's been nice to catch up again, with food
You know,
and
our
just,
first mukbang in
I
like
know.
over a year.
Been a minute, fam. I mean, before we go, I just got to shout it out to Kevin and the crew here at Ruby Tuesday for having us. Thank you guys so much. And that pretty much wraps up Feed Me Fridays.
Bye.
Deuces.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
And we are.
Wow.
I think that was probably like the best Feed Me Friday I've seen.
Okay.
Wow.
My first and only question is, how are you even sitting here right now? I would be in a food coma for at least a week.
It was so good. I mean, you kick it off with that triple prime cheddar burger, and then you close it off with that dessert. It was just like stacked with ice cream and that nicely baked, beautifully amazing.
Okay, who
tasting of a
drove? You
cake.
or Ty? Or did you guys take
Well, we
separate
both
cars?
we both drove there, but afterwards I'm like, oh, we should have really just carpooled, or took like I don't know, stroll or something.
Or call our friends at Irrigation and Supply and, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, see if they can rent you a backhoe or
Yeah, something gonna pick me up because whoa, that was a lot of
drag
food.
your full butt all the way back to KUM. That was
Oh,
nice.
Thank you. It was. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Bree texted me and I was like, oh, I've always kind of wanted to try this out. But then the competition was there. I'm like, you know what? I'm doing it for the team.
Okay.
That was all. I just went in there with that mindset, like I'm doing this for the team.
And everybody watching, like out on TV, out on Facebook, has no idea. During that 17-minute segment, Bree said, okay, now I'm hungry at least 98 times.
Yes. I even messaged Ty. I was like, I am so hungry. That looks so good. I'm kind of like bummed, man. I should have got at the shoot. But you guys are great.
Thank
oh,
you.
my goodness.
It's been a while since we've done stuff like that. We had the show and then we haven't done like little bits of stuff like that. But
Yeah,
it's always
again.
nice to do that.
But we've been keeping you busy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You've got something else we're going to be talking about?
it's gonna be pretty interesting. Not food this time. This afternoon, it's definitely gonna be
Food
food.
for the brain.
More
and the
like
heart.
food for my. I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be fun. That's gonna be for sure.
So you've got One Micronesia.
Yes.
It's dropping tonight.
Yes. And I got a shout out to our friends over at Taco Bell for bringing us the One Micronesia update every single Friday on the link. Thank you guys so much. And for you guys for always airing it and, hyping it up. Thank you. Thank you guys. And, this Friday, today, this episode, I talked to the one, the only, somebody who's always been representing the Marianas. But, we talked to him because I know it deep within. He's always for, and he always knew that he represented the region of Micronesia and the highest stage of MMA, Mr. Frank the Crank Camacho. So it was so nice to sit down and chop it up with Frank. We always talked about these things and how deep into this whole Micronesia thing and the issues that happens. If people don't know, Frank is really close with the Chukis community, especially when it comes to the KFC. The kids from Chuk, he shot him and
Sarah.
Yeah, they did that little short Docomo documentary with the
And
KFC.
I believe they won a Guam International Film Festival award for that, right? It was like best short film or best documentary.
I think so. That
Yeah.
one and another film that Sarah produced.
Yeah.
Beetle or something.
It was Beetle Night, I think. Was it Beetle Night?
I think we dealt with Rhino Beetles.
Yeah, Rhino Beetles.
Right.
But yeah, so it was nice to just talk to him and get his thoughts on what's happening around the region, and he definitely was telling me how it all started for him. I didn't even know he was a golfer at first.
Yeah,
he was a kid.
The golfer in the
I
Marianas.
didn't know that. See, I was like,
he was
what?
Saipan's #1 guy as a youth.
Well, he told me, it's like, yeah, I was thinking, like, back then it wasn't the UFC, it was the PGAs. That was my end goal, to go on the grass and just hit it off the green, and that was my thing. And then he told me how we went from there into a warehouse where they built boats, and he walked into this warehouse where it was smelling like fiberglass everywhere, and found a little gym there, and that's where it all started for him. I'm like, wow. So
That's great.
nice.
He's a great guy. Him
Yeah.
and Sarah.
The thing that's so funny about Frank is that, he's a UFC fighter, and everybody sees him as like, oh man, he must be like, in game mode like all the time. Or, he's hard. He's all sweating and training. He's the most polite dude you are ever gonna meet.
Down to earth.
I was gonna say.
I mean, the
yeah.
guy's job when he's a
Respectful.
UFC fighter is to kick butt for a living. He always, please, thank you, Sujusmasi. But is there anything I can do for you and everything? I was like, dude, I thought I was interviewing you. I was really, really nice guy.
So this goes on 6:30?
6:30.
Yeah. Oh, and
6:30
also I know Vic always has me put it up at 10 o'clock, but we have a special. Speaking of stuff that's coming up, I actually had to run it. I put it on the Facebook timeline already. If you guys want to catch the One Micronesia podcast streaming tomorrow, it's at 8 in the morning.
Oh, nice.
Instead of 10, because at 10 in the morning we've got a Guam Association of Realtors, the virtual housing symposium that we were telling you about earlier this week. That's going to be at 10.
Nice. Oh,
yeah,
so
so
8
I'm
o'clock tomorrow.
involved with that. So if you guys are interested in housing, what's up with the market and everything like that, make sure you give that a view. Ask a bunch of questions. The realtors, the lending experts are going to be there after Vic does his thing with Frank.
It's gonna be fun. I just love the talk, and it was always nice sitting down and talking to Frank. So I like it.
Awesome. So we are winding down our show now, and who do we have a cover me, Jace?
Yeah, cover me. Speaking of Frank, we got another Frank. Frank and Steve. So Frank and Steve, Vic, have been on a
Yes.
local music mashup a few times.
You talk about
Steve, the owner and manager of Porky's.
Yes, and the video that they've been putting out, Jace, I'm just like, wow. And shout out
He
to
can
every
rock out.
single artist who have submitted videos to us here at KYM for local music mashup. It's like we've gone from using our phones to like high quality gear and high quality shots, and I was just like, wow, this is like some next level shooting. And got to shout it out to our performers here in Guam who definitely stepped up the game. Definitely coming out of COVID and something like this, I just love the way we're going.
Yeah, and this particular clip is Steve and Frank just sitting on two dudes with acoustic guitars jamming out to some country music.
Ooh, love country.
Yeah.
Why not on Friday?
Yeah.
Right, and Cover Me is brought to you by
That's
your
brought
friends.
to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific.
All right. Here we
And that's going to do it for us, though. So thank you all so much for watching. Please have a safe weekend, and we'll see you right back here on Monday. Again, here is Cover Me. Bye.
I hear the train a-comin', it's rolling around the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when, but I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps a-rollin', the San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. What you got, guitar? Well, I bet there's rich folks eating in a fancy dining car. They're probably drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I knew I had it coming. I know I can be free. But those people keep a moving, and that's what tortures me. Come on, guitar, what you got? Well, if they'd freed me from that prison, if that railroad train was mine, I'd probably move it on a little further down the line, far from Folsom Prison. That's where I'd want to stay. And I'd let that lonesome whistle, it'd blow my blues away. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it.